Yeah, I thought he was like down in Edenville or something. Maybe that's close to Graham, I guess.
Don't forget to put your antenna outside of your RV.
What? It just keeps falling over. All it takes is a pine cone and knock it over. He hasn't learned yet that magnets don't stick to aluminum.
Or titanium.
Or dog shit.
Well, true that.
I don't know. I think that would you'd have to consider the consistency of the dog shit and how old it was and everything else.
I'd rather not find out.
Yeah, Tim.
Yeah, 10-4, so we're back on the channel 17. 45 kilos this side. Got down.
Dummy load got down.
Dummy load got down twice.
Yeah, I imagine he's running a little more than I am. Waving up there, Mr. Animal.
Waving right back, Gonzo. Good evening, Mr. Animal, even from the freaking Hood Canal. Waving right back up to the canal.
How does Zen 4 sound up that way, Animal?
I was thinking that's what you was talking on. That sounds fucking killer. Solid 7S units in my receive.
Awesome. Barefoot radio, I can say that now.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Fuck is it with people today, man? I swear to God, it's like, oh, it's last second, let's just move over.
This barefoot radio with 4 pills in it got down.
That's what I do.
That's the second time in 2 miles I've been cut off, and there's like 5 cars on the freeway right now.
Maybe they don't like your car.
I don't like that I'm driving faster than them, but fuck all you guys, man. There's an open highway. I'm doing 80. Kilo. Good evening, sir.
Hey, waving out there, Papa Smurf.
Waving at that 4 to the 5 kilo.
And I'm waving back to that. Jake from State Farm.
Good breakfast today. Where were you?
I was probably sleeping or having breakfast. I didn't know you had one going there, but yeah, next time.
I got it. I'm just making a joke. Anyways, if I don't talk to you tomorrow, have a good Easter. I don't know what your plans are. Mine are nil, so yeah.
My plans are don't go to work.
Oh God, it's Sunday.
Easter? Fuck, I forgot all about that.
I think I'm gonna eat a bunny rabbit tomorrow.
Hey, that's what somebody said on Sideband.
Limited range.
051, how about it?
Yeah, waving Captain Ron.
I thought it was 7. I thought I was on 17. It was on fucking 11.
Uh-huh.
It was awful quiet out there.
Even at that Gonzo, Captain Ron 45. Shit, who else? Oh, yeah, Papa Smurf. That's all I heard so far.
Hey, Ron, they're looking for someone to wear the bunny outfit tomorrow.
Mr. Nobody's waving.
Why, this is Easter Sunday?
Big Trapper.
Catfish.
I'm not even going to answer that. You missed Thanksgiving. You're not going to miss Easter, are you? Good thing I keyed up and told you.
Good thing. I heard him say something about it, but I didn't know when it was.
Now you got to go get some of them Easter pens and put them in the microwave.
You know, I missed my birthday the same fucking way. I didn't figure it out until it was damn near midnight.
Ron, you got to lay off the YouTube or whatever.
Last time I was 3 days late. I didn't figure out it was my birthday until 3 days after.
Hold on, Thanksgiving you actually cook your turkey day early. So that's kind of cool because then the next day you got to drive around. Good thing I remind you it's Easter tomorrow. You got to wear the bunny outfit. Just proving a point. I never got.
I see the hunting video where these guys are out pheasant hunting or grouse hunting or something, and then these guys are dressed up in bunny outfits and little raccoon outfits and shit, and they're in the woods like they're butt fucking each other in these costumes, and this fucking guy catches them. He's looking at the guy's fucking this other little bunny or something. He looked at him and they started chasing after him. And I'm like, that takes some balls, man, because, you know, that guy...
Why does it sound like Skip?
Hopefully I'm getting out there pretty good on the old original radio started.
I appreciate you getting down while I was talking there, Hammerhead.
Yeah, good job getting down while other people were talking.
Good job there. Thanks a lot there, Hammerhead. I'll keep you in mind.
From like 1 to 5.
Well, the Brokeback Mountain guys must be over there tickling.
44.5 kilo.
Hey, Hammerhead, next time I get a chance, I'm gonna pour a little.
She's out in the barn.
Something happened to him? Shit, I tried to buy you dinner tonight and you turned it down.
No, I can't hear you.
What? It wouldn't have mattered, you already ate.
Hammerhead must have went trolling for trouser trout.
When I invite somebody to dinner, I'm buying. On the location?
Hey, he likes the trouser trout too, but he likes those big steelhead.
I'm just gonna roll right up and hook my radio right into your coax there.
Yeah.
Hey, with a Texas T.
Come on in, the water's fine.
I'm still waiting for somebody to do the old notorious pin. On catfish?
There's a yeah.
Fucking big whiskey damn near got his shit pinned. He got his coax cut instead.
You're welcome to knock on my door anytime.
There you go, Froggy. There's your invite.
Hammerhead wants you to knock with your cock.
Everyone on the hook lives out there in Gonzo's neck of the woods. Captain
She runs over my moped somewhere. I'm acknowledging you out there.
Yeah, I'm not repeating that.
Yeah. Fuck, he was right behind me all the way into town. I saw where he drives. What a fucking joke.
Please here, check in.
Heard you guys talking to him. I went on beyond Pro and went out that way, and he turned left there at Pro Build and went out that way. And then I got behind him, and he pulled into the Ritz, and so I'm talking on his piece of shit little Jeep. It's all fucking colorful and shit, almost like a rainbow.
Come on. Yeah, beep and beep. Whatever happened to the beep and beep guy?
Cherokee,
No, that's a Night Eagle. You remember when the guy used to say instead of beep, Roger beep, he'd go beep and beep?
Ron, I can't even hear you. Yeah, I was getting tired of hearing him. He's so close. It's like, God damn it, man. Does this guy ever shut up? Ron, God damn it.
I said that a million times.
I know you're planning probably 4 walks or something. I don't know. Captain Ron. Yeah, that'll never happen. Let me know.
I'll pass the 5 for Ron. He's not mad. He wants to know if you want to have a sleepover.
That's a pretty good sounding barefoot radio there, Gonzo.
Hey, Hammerhead, Ron wants to know if you want to have a sleepover. Catfish, Hammerhead wants you to come over, but when you knock on his door, he wants you to knock with your cock.
Oh, come on, Ron. Give it a break.
Hey, that's a funny shit.
Ron, just coming. Good evening, Cutter.
Hammerhead said if you brought him from the Stones from the Spring Fair, that you might be able to have your way with him. Check.
Just Saturday Live.
So either way, it just brings Smucker, butter, Billy Bob's Butt Butter, and Hammerhead said he'd be a happy camper.
You just gotta stir it up.
He's trying to earn his white cowboy hat somehow.
I can't even hear you when you stir it.
To the Toshier salad. You can use honey or jelly. He prefers honey.
I'm driving Blazer, but he's kind of butt ugly right now. So I got that in the works too. I gotta make a trip over there where Humbug is at Monday and talk to Steve about getting it done. He's disassembling the truck I wanted the parts off of, so gonna see what I can make happen.
Yeah, Roger that. Boy, that radio just sounds good, I tell you that.
Captain Ron, you scared off?
Man, it was much better on sideband.
The tissues.
Wait a minute, I still know Captain Ron. We're good friends.
How good of friends? You guys got a 2-man sleeping bag to hang out with?
Anyhow, we go back. We go back a long ways. But, you know, that south end right now,
Ron, tell me about that one time in band camp with Hammerhead.
Wow. You call your kid to what?
Fuck you.
Damn, Captain Ron, I'm sorry you and Hammerhead went back that far. You must have suffered.
Hey, waving there, goddammit.
There's a couple people.
Waving there, goddammit. What?
Tell me about that one time in band camp with you and Hammerhead that flute.
I don't mean to turn.
I don't think Cutter changed his handle.
Okay, hey, waving a hand there, Cutter. Yeah, the funny thing is whenever old Hammerhead would fart, they get used to that flute.
Well, one thing about it, I want to keep Hammerhead going. I know that.
He was second chair playing Buck Kazoo in the Brokeback Mountain band.
Yeah, they talk over me. Whatever. Especially when it's the south end.
But you know what? At least, you know, one thing cool about Hammerhead is he's got a Chevelle. I'll give him that.
Well, don't you think, right? You guys are all righteous.
I'll give you that, Hammerhead. You do have a Chevelle. I'll give you that.
Ah, fuck yeah, Captain Ron. God damn it. Fuck them all. Moron motherfuckers down south.
You blew it up, though.
Except for one guy. One guy, do you respect?
I think you guys should win, too.
I love the different colors this fucking does. God damn it.
I was just getting ready to cook some popcorn. Now you guys are ready to hug.
Well, on the face, but off to the left-hand side of the mic plug, where you can turn the linear off. None of these fools been out there like...
I didn't hear any redneck guys for a breaker out here on my channel.
None of them out there. No, that's the way they come, but he tuned it. Maybe a couple of them. They were probably doing something else. Maybe they were out there, they just weren't doing the same gig, but yeah. Anyhow, just let you know, they've been there a while. The Hammerhead. Getting down. Yeah, definitely. Definitely the most I've ever paid for a radio. Yeah, it's Friday night. Yep.
That high-pitched shoot that a couple channels around here and there, and then up above the band there. You mean that's what you're talking about? Even if you brought out your big linear, I just turned the knob all the way to the left. Oh, I don't care about the weather. The boat handles that just fine. It's got a heater in it. But no, when gas prices spiked there, we went the last time we took it out and we fueled it. Yeah, we'll take a little cruise, but that's it. So she's sitting on a trailer. I'm going to do some work to the trailer tomorrow probably after the kids are done with their thing and get the wheel bearings repacked and to come down on things a little bit. Just kind of hang out. For diesel? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Even though it's still $5 a gallon, goddamn. Yeah. So, yeah, I just, I've got a little patch I gotta make on the bottom and do some rollers on the trailer, get the brakes and bearings out. I gotta put the CB antenna on it and put my 2950 in there, and yeah, just a lot of little shit I can get done while it's sitting on the trailer. Try my hand at the cutthroat this spring, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Never really been much of a trout fisherman, so it's just kind of a little bit of lake stuff when I was a kid, so I was kind of looking forward to doing that. But we went and got our licenses done, and going to try to hit the saltwater when the season opens up for them. So yeah, it ain't going nowhere. We could do that too. Oh, looks like we just had a lightning strike closer here, according to the map. A little cluster of them.
tall enough to reverse it and put it under the radio. It won't line up with the holes, so it has to hang. And that's going to be a problem the way I want to put it in the back seat of the Blazer. So I'm going to have a bracket manufacturer.
Shut up.
Know what to do? Come on.
Oh, waving at you, Slinger.
Yes. How's things going you up there, Cutter?
Doing okay. Man, you're way moddy, you know that?
Too much mod, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a sensitive knob on it.
Time for you to shut up.
Yes, it is.
Alright, get your mind out of the gutter. He's going to get smurfed one. Oh, jeez.
What the hell did I do?
Not much, that's for sure.
Wow.
Hey, Froggy, knock knock. Knock knock.
What's the box going to do for you?
His butt say who's there. Knock knock, Froggy.
I'm going to keep certain parts of his anatomy warm, but it hasn't worked yet.
Well, I don't know. How's this sound, okay?
Sounds okay.
That'll work.
Waving sky.
Good evening, Gonzo and the rest of the gang. You're gonna break it, Froggy. You're gonna break it.
Yep, that'll do, guys.
Yep. I'm trying out a 4-inch.
Hey, Froggy, knock knock.
That's what it's called.
I don't know. It's like what needs some more juice put in it. What's that microphone?
It says quarantine. It came with a mixer board. Yeah. It's this mic that came with this board.
Hey, Mr. Nobody.
Yeah, I have trouble with that mic you got there, Slinger.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, you know what's the difference between 5 big black guys and a joke?
Yeah, it sounded good.
No, what's up?
Froggy's mom can't take a joke.
Yeah, it just sounds like you need to pay attention to your key when you key that thing down, Slinger, that's all.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me, that I wasn't getting pushed all the way in, maybe half key.
Probably have, I got to restart it.
You gotta admit that's good, Froggy.
My foot pedal does that sometimes when I roll my ankle.
What are you doing over there? The only thing you're plugging is probably Hammerhead. You ain't plugging nothing over here, boy. I'm daring ya.
I'll give you a good deal on it.
Free from the valley. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're stomping all on his neck.
Oh, that's an idea.
But you are a big strapper.
Well, yeah, you guys hang in there. I just got to take Big Lolo around.
Alright, dude, you got the microphone turned around the right way. You were much louder before.
Alright.
Well, hello? I'm way over here on the other side of the trailer soldering.
Oh, yeah, make sure you unplug it.
Oh, yeah, Ken. Now to burn the place down wouldn't be cool. Wherever you go, there you are. No, you can't get there from here.
Wherever you're going, there you'll be.
No, I haven't done that.
It's not on the GPS. You can't find it with your TomToms.
Google Earth is pretty good though.
I still use the Roadrunner and the Thomas guide.
I know that they drove that Google Earth vehicle out there on the island because you can still do street view on the Google Earth.
Really? Is that the vehicle with the dome on top of it?
Yep,
So that's the part I aim for, right?
it is, but I think they already went there.
Oh, really? I'll have to see if any of the compound is looking different from above.
I think they update like every 3 years though, so they'll be back.
I like it when people get lost. Here.
Is that like that movie, Wrong Turn? Hey, Bubba, I wonder what it tastes like with ketchup.
Shit, no, that's really the way it is out there in Matlock area. If you drove down a road that says do not enter, beware. You won't be coming home.
Oh, you mean that's not reverse psychology? That's what I thought it was.
Welcome the criminals in for, I don't know, some satanic ritual. That's what they used to say about it out there.
Ain't no Satanist around here.
No, they're all in Matlock.
You still out there slaying?
Thought you was popping a wheelie.
God, why don't you come over sometime and bring that dang mic with you and get it fixed?
Yeah, I'll do that. I was wondering about that radio you called in about that radio you got that station a little bit wrong.
But I never did fix that. I put it down for now.
Okay.
You know, you work on something so long, you just put it away and you just scratch your head.
Oh, that's 29 or whatever you're working on.
Did it stay out near or
Oh no, I've never seen a Pullman reeling. No, it's just soldered in one.
Hey, the radio won't fix your mic though.
Sure will.
Open it up and put up 3 drips of sewing machine oil in the switch.
Sounds like a little slamming going on out there.
Oh, you're back. Are your ears open now?
Oh, they're full of shit, actually.
We'll do that. We'll get the door on this mic.
Yeah, I just say bring it over and put it on the bench. And let's see what's going on.
Cutter, you got a bench? You not going to bend them over, are you?
That is mine always goes
Yeah, how come you always go south, Hammerhead?
Make some chocolate bunnies tonight.
okay, Beavis.
Hammerhead, you trying to make some chocolate bunnies with cutters? Do that. Make some my drink. That's pretty good audio. Oh, D104. Oh, yeah.
That's what's wrong.
Hammerhead, see if you can balance an ice cube on your nose. Oh, squiggle, sorry. Hey, what are you drinking, Hammerhead? Brokeback Mountain Dew. Where does this come from? Special brand. I think it comes from potatoes. All the Brokeback Mountain guys are pushing the potatoes with bare feet for 24 hours straight. They must
Oh, you must have vodka.
mountain wine out of it. Bingo! Kilo bingo! You win a free...
Nothing.
Did I win a free Brokeback Mountain back rub? What the fuck was that? I've been trying to win one of the Brokeback Mountain back rubs. Come on.
I can't figure out if he's got that amp fixed, everything's working right. Why is it swinging backwards?
Hey, Cutter! Wave a hand and I'm back out. Go ahead, pronounce the Cutter. Wave on and...
Hey, it looks like all that snow stopped up there, Dino.
Yeah, I did. Evening, Cutter.
Waving, Dino.
I see you over there too, Dino. How's the snow?
Oh, it stopped.
You don't got to dig the vehicle out then, Roger?
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Hey, waving at that Cutter, I can hear you on the gate.
Well, waving back. Excuse me, whoever that was.
Mr. Nobody.
Mr. Nobody. So he can't hear me unless he's on the gate, huh?
Yeah, he's down there in that Thunder Valley, and he has a fucked up LED street light in front of his house that they have a job order on. So yeah, he's got a bunch of noise.
I said he's pretty loud in my radio, so it kind of caught me off guard, but I understand.
Yeah, he's an alligator.
All the way from Governor, huh?
Thanks, 45.
You're welcome. I had to explain it because he was wondering why you couldn't hear him. And I didn't want him to think that you had a piece of shit radio.
Oh, he cleared it up. I got a radio check.
I got a Froggy over here keying up too, so yeah, it's screwed up street lights and Froggy keying up.
They should tell Froggy to shut up.
This is on a dead.
Yeah, it doesn't work though. It just keeps coming. Well, that doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all, but he's trying. Big wave over there, Jake.
We're back there, 425. I'm going to have to send you a text because you're going to laugh at this one.
Good, I need to laugh.
It's not a good laugh. It's an extended laugh on my end.
Well, then it's probably not funny, and I won't laugh.
No, you won't. I just was talking with Westside the other night about something and realized something. There's a live and learn lesson.
Well, you'll laugh when you get the text, but you won't tell him, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I bet that. to their cars.
If it costs him a lot of money, I won't laugh.
If it's evil, I will.
And sure, it's not evil. He don't have that in him.
Good evening to Jake over there, if you can hear me.
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm watching this program, a reality show called Alone. It's got these people try to live out in the wilderness all alone.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
Wait a minute. If they're filming them being alone, then they're not really alone, are they?
Yeah, they got a GoPro with them that they record themselves with. But you are correct, because the team comes in and does medical assessments on them periodically.
So they're alone, but not alone.
Yeah, you can tap out and get yourself a burger real quick. It's not like, well, when the great fast starts.
Oh shit, I'm tapping out right now. Can I get a burger?
Quitter.
Check, check.
Check, check.
The old tug, I had to go to that. God damn it. Depressing night.
Man, you got so many options over there. I don't even know what you do anymore.
Screw things up.
Well, it's kind of fun to play with it.
That's what she said.
No, I say that. Fuck, it's more relaxing.
Damn, you just go in the closet?
I just wait for her to go to work.
Way too much fucking information.
You're right. Sorry about that.
Hey, one way or another, you get it.
Hey, you can get all psycho with that and start painting faces on your knuckles and put a little hair around your thumb.
Oh, they got some equipment now. You think those women got those goddamn vibrators? There's a lot of shit out there, let me tell you.
And four on the party sheet.
Yeah, it goes along with the
It really doesn't matter if your wife gets fat.
how it works, and I'm like, just
Oh, you gentlemen have no idea how much fun it is.
I don't think his grandson would approve, though.
Oh, wow.
Waving at that mama bear.
no, go right ahead. Hello.
Good evening, Keyhole. I'm sitting in the background just giggling and all human.
You know, it's good, though. It's funny.
Make them feel good.
Almost sounded like witchy poo from HR Puffin stuff was out there.
HR puffin stuff.
Remember HR Puffin stuff? With his flute?
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Just gotta blow it up.
Evening, Jake.
Look at that. No reflex.
All your shit going on.
Okay. Throw out the TV, Ma. We got the CB radio.
This is live? I thought it was pre-recorded.
Yeah, it's Memorex.
10-4 on Memorex. But it is what it is. Oh, check.
It is what it is. What are you supposed to say after that, Emerald? You're supposed to say location.
I know, Kilo, it kind of does, but when you shoot skip, it don't fucking matter.
Yeah, not really. If you're on a flat side, it never matters. It don't even matter height.
Oh, fuck, I've been talking to those Kentucky boys over there and go, oh, I just developed this beam with 53-foot fucking mass on it. And she's like almost 25 feet across. I'm building this beam. I'm talking on it right now. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Lightning be loving that one.
That sounds like a good beam. And height does matter, but, I mean, you really, once you're over the first wavelength, it doesn't matter that much.
It don't matter on the flat side because you're just bouncing off the ionosphere anyway.
Yeah, your angle of radiation is already the right direct, polarization.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna say the angle doesn't matter. I was just saying the height doesn't really matter. You just gotta get away from the ground so it don't fuck with your pattern. 30 feet or so, you're good.
Well, I always say put your beam like in the second wavelength somewhere, and you'll be good. That's all you need. Boys are crazy.
And I'm sure he got all that.
I got all of it.
Nice.
Well, you put that shit up in the air. You guys are the masters.
Are you still mobile in there, Al, or are you back home?
Oh, I'm on the base now. Does it sound mobile?
No, but when you're in Tacoma on the mobile, it sounded the same, so hard to tell.
Call it Hilltop for a reason.
Yeah, they did.
Hilltop.
It's been pretty gentrified, I'm not gonna lie. Well, at least my partner's neighborhood's pretty gentrified.
It's a lot better than it was back in the early 90s, when Prime was making all those videos.
Yeah, Tim.
Still collecting royalties.
It's still pretty hardcore up there, don't get me wrong, but, where isn't nowadays? Ipana Lake is clean as a whistle.
How clean is a whistle? You blow into it, you get all your spit and slobber in there. You need one of those spit valves so you can blow it out.
I can't even imagine who to buy drugs from in my neighborhood. There's no way. We're all legit. No drugs. All the Microsoft executives that live there, they have great drugs. Damn, I gotta meet some of them.
That's not gonna happen.
beer. That's another one. A steak bar thing. I mean, we got a couple of them. Two, it's amazing how many people have come up here to live, and you got no bar. There's like 2 bars, I think. Maybe 3. But they're not really bars, they're restaurants.
Damn, don't you have a kitchen?
Well, that's what they do. They mainly serve food. There's not a bar. Put out. But it's like, they used to have a killer bar here. Yeah, it's shriveled up, so there's gonna be some competition. All this fast food shit showed up, of course.
No, I meant like in your house. Don't you have a kitchen?
Yes, I do. Actually, I have to say yes. About those Costco pizzas. That's the only thing I can.
He doesn't really know how to use anything in the kitchen, but he does have one.
I was trying to figure out why you need the bar. You got a kitchen, you got a refrigerator, you can chill your drinks out, you can drink at home. What do you need a bar for?
Pussy.
You ain't get none of it, so why do you go there? To torture yourself?
They're all friendly and talkable.
Make his old lady jealous.
That more than anything in the world. Just meeting the bartender. What the hell's up with you? Kind of talkative on the radio.
But you can do that on TikTok nowadays. You go on TikTok and talk all you want.
Didn't your mama ever teach you not to take home anything that came from a bar?
Friday.
Yeah, and you got to do the eye test.
I go check out.
Hell with that. Make sure she got all her teeth.
I pop around and do.
You stick your finger in it and then rub your eye. If it burns, run.
He didn't catch nothing. Grandpa caught his limit. And I'm trying to teach that boy. It's like, listen to me. This is how you gotta do it. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put a rooster tail on. I'm gonna do this. A goddamn 11-year-old just don't listen. That reminds me of me.
I was gonna say, did you listen when you were 11?
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Well, I went to school then, but Jeff took a silver.
Yeah, my wife says I need to stop talking. I'll let you guys talk because you have so much more important things than me, and I'm a hog. You're a fucking radio hog. I'm maybe quiet for a while.
No, you're good. All we gotta do is talk over here local over you.
Or from way over here, over you.
Yeah, I heard that.
Hello, good evening. And hello, Mrs. Hammerhead in the background. Trailer Park said it.
You should probably come in there more often to keep you straight. You know, wherever there's a man, there's a good woman behind the scenes keeping you straight.
It's only been keeping him on track a little bit.
But is this music night? Hello? We aren't trying to hear music. It doesn't even sound like shit, dude. have to hit the foot pedal or hit the bigger trigger, I can just flip the toggle switch to it and just leave that one keyed right there. Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. God damn. I think you said that you're going to listen, but I don't believe that anyway, so... Anyway, Hammerhead, you have it going over there. I don't believe you. And 45 kilo, I'm back quiet. Oh, that's much better. I'll just stay over here on this one. Much better. They'd want to hear that mess anyway. Yeah, you just come over here, you can get away from all that crap.
Yeah, Hammerhead gets annoying after a while. I like the guy, but Jesus Christ.
That's not only him, I could probably make a list, but he's on it.
He's a fucking mouse, that's all he is. He's harmless, but he's just destroying, there's on and on about fishing, this and that. It's full of...
Yeah, and I know how your patience is there, Jake, so I'm surprised you even stayed there as long as you did.
Well, I just looking at your gate and realized you changed channels, that's why I found you up here.
Yeah, that's why I did it too. You know, if you change the gate, then, you know the saying, if you build it, they will come. Man, I don't know what this shit is. Woo, this thing is kicking my ass. I better read the bottle.
Well, I'm on my last beer for the night before I retire and go watch some shit on DVR and call it a night, but I'm hanging out for a minute.
Oh yeah, so this one's called Bombay Sapphire, and it's blue, so I guess that's the sapphire part. 96 proof. Damn, no wonder.
Yeah, right, that's like 46 proof.
Yeah, it's 47.5% alcohol, so it's 96 proof, right?
Double the number. I know the call my rule on that.
I never had this before, it's the first time. Yeah, that sounds good.
like I can hear it over the air and open the gate.
Yeah, it sounds barefoot is what it sounds like, but I think you might have messed up that other thing, but yeah, the radio sounds good.
Alright, yeah, I'm looking at your gate now and checking where the signal strength versus what I'm used to seeing on it. And yeah, I'm down a few units.
Hey, you're down a few, but I can hear you fine. Is that barefoot?
Well, like I told you. Oh no, this is like full bore rates going on what I told you about in the test. And this is where I'm at. It's around, now it's down to 2 1/4.
Yeah, and it still sounds alright though. I can hear the gate rolling in the background, but besides that, it sounds good.
Well, then there's this. Turn the gate down. And this is just barefoot like that. And then I go this way and almost 2.
Yeah, it's still not bad either way. I didn't tell audio's different. The audio sounded the same, but the signal might have changed, but I wasn't watching the meter. Oh yeah. God, 10-9. Yeah, that's pretty low. You know, that's still pretty good from your distance, from me to you. That's amazing. I'm surprised I hear you at all. I should probably not hear you, but yeah, it's working. So I'm rolling this modified N3 though. The N3 is okay. I like the ears on it better than the N4. But I bought an old 69 FFB4, one of the very first ones that they came out, and they had Toshibas in them, right? So I put the Toshiba 4-pill in the bottom of the N3. So I guess it's like an N4 now. Yeah, it seems to work. I even talked Skip on it and stuff, you know, and don't have to change any settings. Pretty cool, I like that.
You got a good station. You should be proud of it. The only better station I think is obviously, is Motormouth Mall because he's so fucking sane it's retarded.
Yeah, John's got a good station, that's for sure. He's got an Orban over there though that really makes that thing jump, you know, so it's pretty cool, but you can do the same stuff with cheaper things. That's what I'm doing.
It's partially his location, but did you see the interview he did on YouTube with somebody, one of the people he talked to over Skip?
No, I don't think I saw that.
You gotta watch this. Pull it up on YouTube, on his page. It is a really, very good interview.
Oh, are you talking where BBI went there and interviewed him?
In fact, I think we talked about this before.
I saw that one, if that's the one you're talking about.
He
it was like a year and a half ago.
Yes. I recently saw it about 6 months ago, and I think I talked to you about this before, but you'd already seen it before. I'm just, being an old man.
Yeah, I saw that.
Some of the CB groups I follow on Facebook, I've seen some stations that are freaking just insane. And Motormouth Mall has a really nice fucking setup, but I've seen some stuff that's almost comparable to him.
I used to run this one that way, right? So I put Motormouth Mall gate on one ear, and then I changed all the settings on this one, until I got up there and you got all that bass in there, and so, like it sounded like him, and I ran it that way, and I even went to channel 28, and when I keyed up, they were like, Motormouth Mall, I hear you out there. He wasn't out there, it was me, right? I went, damn it, I'm not trying to do that. So I turned everything back down and readjusted, and I got the kilo sound that I wanted. But I don't want to sound like Motormouth Mall, right?
True. And I will admit to you this, my brother. When I met you, and I caught the tone of your voice, even like without what you got set up. We were at the restaurant, and I'm sitting there going, yep, I can see how you can accentuate and do the modifications and make your voice better than what it is, because you have that kind of voice that will carry like that. It's a basic, what we can call baritone or whatever that freaking term is in music, and you accentuated it and you do it perfect.
Yeah, and the point is, everybody's different. Everybody has their own voice and their own thing they put across the radio, and the radio is going to react to your voice, not what you want to be, or, and I heard people out there going, oh, I wish I could sound like that. No, you don't. You want to sound like you.
Thank you. Yeah, you have your own unique quality and whatnot. Don't try and emulate everybody. When you do sound the same, it'll be boring.
Yeah, it's just like personalities, right? If everybody was the same, that'd suck.
Figure out their own mix, and yeah, I agree with it.
Well, I admire John in a way that I would say that I like listening to him, but I don't want to be him or sound like him. I just want to sound like me, right? I like the way he sounds. I like listening to him too. If you go over to his gate and listen to, when he's talking, and it's freaking awesome.
Transmission thing. He's freaking awesome. It's gonna suck when he passes because that guy rocks. I've listened all over the band and listened to him talking all over the East Coast and West Coast and whatnot. And there's even not really any shit going.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this is an old thing, but by the same token, I've listened to him on Cobra 29s and stuff. That the receive suck, and then you don't sound as good, right? And so I can go over on an RTI and put some headphones on and go, holy shit, there he is, right there, sounds good. But you can go to Cobra with a Cobra 2-inch speaker and go, well, that sucks, But, yeah, you gotta find an easy medium there somewhere. I like it that I can go like 3 or 4 channels away, while you're cruising the band. You can get 3 or 4 channels away and you can hear that bass and that audio in there. You go, where the hell? Where's that? And you zero in on it, and it, you know, the bull, and it's him. You're like, damn, I heard that on 085.
I'm still on your gate right now, and I'm just seeing whether or not, looking at my radio right now, as to whether or not I'm straight on frequency like you are.
Oh, no, you're straight. If you're looking at the gate, you can tell.
Oh yeah, straight on target. I like this radio now even more, because my freaking 959 was grip.
Oh, yeah, you know what, though? And to tell you the truth, if you're talking on AM, not sideband, and you're inside that gray area on the gate where I got it highlighted, right? That middle gray area. If you're in that area, you're probably pretty good.
Oh, I know that. I recognize that. Big time. I just like to be dead, not gone as far as frequency on my radio. And that's just my anal retention type thing, and not have to be a little bit off and this and that.
I hope the gate helps you there, and you can look at that and go, I need a little tweak to the right, or tweak to the left, you know, just for the anal people out there. So we had a name for that. We used to call it, not anal retentive, we used to call it nitnoid. So if you're a nitnoid, and you want it exact, you can see that.
Well, I see it already as exact, and that's why when I made this purchase on this radio, and you know the backstory with Cutter and everything, he had one, and I was like, fuck it, I'm fine with it, and I like it. I just wanted to see on your gate if you want to have it straight up and down the middle of the road, as it is showing on my freaking display, to make sure that I was dead not gone.
Looks dead nuts to me. I don't even think you could get better. It's perfect.
Now I can go this way and down my clarifier one way, and I want to see where it is on the grid for that. Oh, wow. See? Oh, not yet.
Ain't it funny how people say you're over frequency or you're under frequency? Because they don't understand that 27165 is the center. 27164 would be a higher frequency, and 27166 would be a lower frequency. So when people say, hey, you're too low there, you're above when you're looking at the spectrum. I think you're good there, Jake. There's no need to fix anything or change anything. You're good. When you change the clarifier there, I could see the difference, so it must be unlocked, so it's cool.
Yeah, and I'm looking at your gate to see how far I'm off, but I'm transmitting on, let's see, 271217.
Right, but it's still understandable and legible. You can still hear it. You just look at your signal and you can go, oh, shit, I'm way over there. That also means that you could use the gate and dial it back in dead on like you were. And that's the purpose of the gate. So does this seem pretty accurate to you?
Oh, yeah, this radio, I'm really impressed with this radio.
I am too, I like those.
Because I set it up, I mean, it's a learning curve on these things, but I've kind of figured out most of it that I want to utilize, and how to set it up with the clarifier. And
man, that's cool. You don't have to change the VFO at all. You can just change the clarifier. Yeah, that's very cool. So it's unlocked and it's working for you. I like it. Yeah, right. I understand you don't have to tell me, man. I got like 6 N4s here, so you know what that costs.
I'm done buying radios. If anything, I'm going to do upgrades on my amps, and that's it.
Well, that's why I've been playing with stuff. I've been shielding things and rebuilding stuff on the station here, you know. And but I'm not buying radios. I don't need any radios. I got plenty, so just doing other stuff.
Well, yeah, this is radio I'm on now. It's going to be our mainstay point blank. I mean, yeah, I'll still put in the Bearcat, which I can put the station have it on in line in a minute. But I'm thinking of switching that out and put my 959 next to it to keep comparison when you're around in Belleville and everything's quiet.
Yeah, let me go grab my phone. I'll send you some pictures here, what I was doing, but it's pretty cool. I think you'll like it. Isn't it pretty cool? Seemed pretty cool. I don't know who that is, but yeah. Ken? What's the handle? You know, those things seem to bleed a lot, so you like to not bleed between the cables and the switches. It'd be great if you could find a switch that would switch to the one that you wanted and it grounded all the rest of them out, right? So I looked and looked, and I couldn't find one that did that. And you could kind of make one, but if you made one, it's hard to keep the center stable, right? Because it'd be disconnected from the rest of the ring. So, can't really do that to it. Hard to do, so. I thought this was the best option, is just let's ground and shield everything and do it that way. Yeah.
Back in the day when I was on the radio for over years and years, we ran channel 21. So at that time, his name was Terminator. I'd known him for freaking ever. He built I got stuff I could show you and take pictures of that he built for me. The guy was freaking insane. And like I texted you, you'll see. But yeah.
It's pretty cool, the Terminator.
Yeah, based on what I sent you on the text, and you see the backside of what he's going. So, and it was not based on the Arnold movie or nothing. It's just the fact that he was an electrician.
That's very cool, man. Good to hear too. Yeah, so here's to the Terminator.
Because he had a real lymphoma with melanoma. He was like, I think it was 48 years old when he passed. It was not his fault. I mean, he just had bad genetics and whatnot with the freaking, the melanoma set, and he had a lot of adenoids replaced and taken out, but he just didn't make it through it.
One of my best friends in life, he died at 38, right? But I was like 27 when he passed, and I went, holy shit, I'm gonna die at 38 because I'm like him, right? And here I am, I'm still here.
Well, I have another girlfriend of mine I've known for 16 plus years that went through a lot of trials and tribulations. And she went to bed, she was all on her up and up and everything like that, but when she went to bed, one night, no, the night after her birthday, the end of her birthday night, she didn't wake up.
Damn, that sounds like slam dunk.
Oh yeah, it's long, dude. I've never heard about slam dunk. I'm sitting there, I mean, I didn't know the guy or anything like that, but I'm sitting there listening over the air and everything like that, and I'm like, oh my god, that is fucked up.
Yeah, he had his birthday, and then the next day he died.
Yeah, that's the same that happened with my friend. She died at 38. Lee Sam Duncan, who's had a longer life.
He was a good guy, man. He was a football coach, so he used to coach all the little kids, you know, just to help keep them out of trouble and stuff. So he's a football coach, and he worked over at the train station, you know, part-time. He did all that kind of stuff, and then just, boom, gone.
Yeah, that really sucks. I agree with you on that, man. Yeah, at least the time I've heard him out here and you guys talking to him and whatnot, because I know there's more history between you guys and them and this and that. I didn't really get a chance to talk to him too much, being where I'm at, but sandbagging on the conversation seemed like a really good guy.
Yeah, he was an awesome guy. He used to come out every once in a while when he'd key up and I go, hey, I'm waving over there, coach. And I did that on purpose, right? Nobody knew he was a coach.
Well, I was like this back to when I was back on the radio in like early 90s through everything like that until early, shit, I was on the radio for 13 plus years, but I was down south in Redmond, or up north in Redmond. I grew up in that area, so all the CD stuff was up in that close area back in my day, but then it fell out, and now I'm down here and we hooked my shit up because of the COVID.
Yeah, cool. Do you have a dog over there?
I got a couple of taco dogs, plus my rabbits. You didn't meet Shadow, did you, when we met?
No, I didn't meet them, but it sounded like they wanted to go out.
That's barking because my dog's in there interfering with her. You didn't meet Shadow. She was with me, too.
Did you leave her in the truck?
Yeah, I left her in the truck. But I didn't even think about having you meet her before you guys left.
Yeah, it's all good. There's always next time.
Red Dog is a freaking awesome dog.
Man, this is much better. I like Channel 21 better than 17 now.
It's kind of quiet up here.
Bunch of hard cases down there.
So I heard something about my radio. Somebody's getting yours.
I didn't hear nobody in mine. I'll stand by.
Nope, not hearing anything anymore.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing to begin with, so whatever.
No, I caught a whisper, but never mind. It's over.
with that Mr. Nobody? I want to hear that new box he's got over there.
Who, Nobody?
Yeah, he got a 380.
So he's going to become an alligator?
He already is.
Yeah.
He's got to be a saltwater crocodile now.
Show the fucking house and get over there.
I like it though. His station sounds really good.
Oh, it does. And I listen to it on the gate, but he's in the freaking music. Audio trace sometimes on my radio.
Yeah, he's not here. The gate's always rolling on the lower antenna, right? And then the radio's on the upper antenna. So I hear on the radio more than I hear on the gate. And so he's always loud and proud in my radio.
Yeah, I know. I've heard him multiple times on your gate. And it's just like the who's nearby. I can't hear him where I'm at. But I just moved to change my configuration. I've got a lot of potential here to utilize, but I'm just not utilizing it.
True that. You have a good location there.
Well, yeah, I saw the Google Maps thing, right?
If you used it for what you got, you could be amazing.
Yep, true that.
I got lucky on this spot. It's a pretty good spot that I didn't get this spot by looking at the radio rate. I just got this spot because it was the way I wanted to be at the time, right? So all my kids are still at home, and I wanted to get out in the country where I had, I don't know if we should even talk about it, but I had daughter problems when I lived in Lacey. And they would sneak out at midnight and go to the park, and meet guys, at midnight and shit. I was like, oh no, you ain't doing that shit. So I moved out in the country just to find a place where you ain't walking out of this one. And I picked this spot. It's a good spot.
Oh yeah, I've seen your drone footage and everything like that. You're in a really good spot. Good on you. And you weren't even thinking about it because of CB stuff, because I don't think you even when you bought it. Were you on the CB then?
I was not on the radio then. I got on it about 8 years later.
Oh gosh, yeah. You just fell into a gold mine because your radio location was great.
Yeah, it's just luck of the draw, that's all.
There's a map between you and me and how we can talk. That's insane.
Oh, I've done it. I took the drone up to the bottom of the antenna, right, and just let it sit there and just spin around in a circle and look, and I can see the sound. I can see the Olympics. I can see Seattle. I can see Olympia. I can see everything right from the top of that tree.
Right, yeah. I've seen all your videos regarding that. I know your layout. It's freaking a perfect spot.
Did I tell you the story of how I ever got on the radio the first time?
I'm curious about, because it sounds to me, at least around the band, it sounds like you just recently got into it within the last 10 years, where I've been in this since I was a freaking kid.
I know, I just got in about, let's see, 3 years ago, February, so about 3 years ago.
You must have it out. Well, being military, I can see that. You can do your sound and everything. But you've built yourself a really good station. That's for damn sure.
Well, I was doing SINGAR, so I ran a radio shop but I didn't have the radio at home because you don't want to work on radios and then go home and work on radios. So you don't want to do that. And so I was working there, and I knew Rubber Snake, right, for like we're probably about 20 years that I've known him. And I went on Craigslist one day and I was like, you know what? I'm not doing that no more. We're shutting down the radio shop, and I was kind of missing it. So I'm going to go get me a radio. So I went on Craigslist and I looked around for like cheap-ass radio, Cobra 29, cheap-ass shit, and found somebody that was selling one, and I sent him a message. I said, hey, is this still available? He said, yeah. And I said, all right, so it looks like you're in Spanaway, and I'm out here on Mountain Highway, so, where you want to meet. He said, well, let's go to Fred Meyer's over there. And I said, all right. So I went to Fred Meyer's, and when I pulled in, Rory pulled a Rubber Snake. I was like, what the hell? Is that your radio? He said, yeah. Are you the buyer? I was like, fuck. Yeah, so my first radio was from Rubber Snake. Yeah. No.
So you put his 980 SSD online for sale for somehow or whatnot? And that was first when I first got back on the radio. I had no amps and nothing. I mean, I was a straight on mother effort. So I looked at buying his estimates. He posted it, and I talked to him, but I didn't realize who he was, whatnot. When I called him, he was like, oh, shit, is this Jason? I'm like, oh, shit. And then he told it to me.
I went to Walmart and bought one of those, I don't remember, like 16-inch fucking CB antennas, like a little piece of shit, right? I bought that antenna, I bought that Cobra 29 from Rubber Snake, and I put it on there. Man, I couldn't even talk from my house to Spanaway. It didn't work. And then I was talking to him, and he said, well, at least at a minimum, get like a Wilson 2000 or 5000 or something. I said, all right. So I went to a Wilson 2000. I put on there. And then I could talk to Spanaway. I was like, whoop, there we go. That's what we needed. And then, but I could hear people way out there, Olympia, Shelton, I could hear people, but I couldn't talk to anybody. I went, damn it, must be missing it. A PA. So I went back to Snake and I was like, hey, you got any amps, So I bought a 2-pill and a 4-pill from him. And I put those in the mobile. And then the next radio I went to from the Cobra, I went to a Quad 5. And the Quad 5, I love that radio. It's badass. And anyway, I got the Quad 5 just from reading reviews online and stuff, but I was like, man, I gotta get me one of those. So I bought a Quad 5, and then I ran that in the mobile, and I put a 4-pill behind it, and it was talking on that for a while. So then it just progressed, I just started changing. I started hearing people and going, what the hell is that? I don't sound like that. I need to go look into audio. I wanted to be a duck, but I didn't want to be that duck, right?
Right, but the audio quality out of your station is insane. I know you've heard it so There's this episode of Lower Mouth Law on my view as far as audio quality. There's nothing new. I mean, I've heard a few other ones out there that are kind of comparable, but you dialed it in right.
Well, the most important thing you can have, right, is a good listening ear. Because you don't want to go out there and get radio checks every 10 minutes. You need a good listening ear. You need to be able to use that and dial yourself in before you talk. So I concentrated on that actually first.
Obviously you did. But my thing is, it would be funny, and I think it's the quality of your voice is up about you. I would just sit there with the same settings and talk on your station. That's why you sound like a freaking piece of shit.
I don't know. You could probably come over here and hang out and just key up the radio, and you'd sound like totally different. You know, you've met me in person. In person, I don't sound like this. The radio sounds like this. I enhanced everything to sound that way on purpose. That was the point. Yeah, I got that. But I think yours would too, man. If you talked on this radio just then, I think it would accentuate your voice.
Oh, yes, it would, but it wouldn't sound like you.
Oh, yeah, nobody sounds like each other, ever.
Well, that's basically what I was saying. It'll be interesting to see how I look at recording how it sound off your station versus what I got running.
So you'll have to come over one day and key it down.
Screwed up. Oh, there's something else running out here. Hold on a second. I'll get a freaking take care of the phone.
Yeah, Dan. Hey, how'd you like that sideband gate for the chicken?
Say that again?
How'd you like that sideband gate for the sideband chicken?
I couldn't hear Joe for nothing, so I just did it and moved through and, Cutter had to relay.
Yeah, Joe came in on the gate though.
Right, yeah, I understand that, but where I was at, and I was doing a little bit of stacker issues, and he was the worst I've ever heard him when he was doing his checking.
Yeah, he went up on the hill. Remember, he used to go up on the hill in the mobile and do the check-in? He didn't do that.
I used to go up on Cougar Mountain all the time, as well as Tiger Mountain. I know that territory like 2 weeks and Tuesdays, like the back of my hand.
Yeah, I used to listen on the gate when he took his mobile up there too, but he didn't do that this time.
Yeah, I remind you that I used to live in that area for over 35 plus years. I know Redmond, Bellevue, freaking New Kirkland, everything around that, and as far as moving back in my TV days, we would go up on Somerset, shoot off of that, and we'd go up there on Cougar Mountain and Tiger Mountain and play off of that. So I know everything around that area.
Hey, so you might remember the last time that I rolled a gate on sideband chicken. Joe was going fishing. He was going to Rice Lake. He was going to be gone for like 2 or 3 weeks or something. I think they have a fishing contest out there everybody to go out to Rice Lake and visit him, right? And that was the last time I recorded it on YouTube. And he told that too, and when he was asking for people, I said, hey, you know, get me one, I want one. He said, alright. So, but I don't know how to contact him. I don't know if he got one for me or not. Like, I never got to talk to him after that. It's not a big deal or an issue anyway, you know. He was out there at the lake and he was talking one time and he said somebody else was going to run the gate. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Eric. Does that sound right? Somebody was going to run the gate while he was gone. And he was talking about those hats. And I said, well, get me one of those hats. I want a hat. He said, all right. And he wrote my name down. And then I never talked to him after that. Yeah, I wasn't really worried about it either. I didn't want him to be without to get a hat that he didn't get comped for. That's the only reason. Because I already made my own hats and t-shirts and signs and badges and, you know, I got all that stuff. But I didn't want him to go get a hat and then not be able to contact me later to get reimbursed for it. Yeah, I don't remember if I paid first or not. Maybe. I don't know. Nobody cares about $28, right?
No, it's small change. I know eventually. I know he has one for me. But it's not the one I ordered because I wanted one with my numbers on it. So that's all good. I'll just go take and bring it out anyway. So it's just a matter of timing for you to go over there and meet up with him. And I don't go to the dark side that often. As I like to call it.
Yeah, I go over there every once in a while, but when I do it, and then, you know, 10,000 people key up and they go, holy shit, 201, you're back.
Well, I call anything east of anything the dark side.
Yeah, so on Sidebin, I'm 201, but I don't go over there very much. Yeah, I knew that.
talking to you because I don't hear him.
I don't hear nobody else except you.
I heard someone about my radio that we were trying to talk to. I was trying to be quiet.
I know it's pretty cool when 454 keys up there, and I'm on the beam and he's on the beam. Holy shit, that dude smacks me. You know, he's right there in Spanaway, so it's pretty close, but he could even go through the back door of that thing with no problem. Yeah, no, I was pointing south, right? So I was talking to Kelly on sideband, and he came through the back door of my beam, you know, with his beam, you know, you gotta give one to you and that. And it was like I didn't even have a reflector there. Yeah, it hit me like 30 over, like, what the hell? So I did a little test tonight, though, on channel 17, though, that I was testing out to see how good I know the side rejection's very good on this antenna I built, but I just wanted to test it, so I'm pointed south to the Golden Gate range, because Kelly was kind of coming in there, and Triple M was talking on channel 17, so I stayed on the flat, and I can't hear him on the flat at all, and so I started talking, and couple of people keyed up. I think Falcon keyed up and some other people, you know, that were behind me, so they can hear through the back of the beam, through the back door. But the side rejection is pointed at Triple M, and he couldn't hear me for nothing. That was great.
Wow, that's really good side rejection. I don't know exactly where he is related to you. It was great to like lay hands and eyes on him. I've not talked to him since that breakfast, but I kind of know where you are on the map, but versus him, I don't know.
So he hits me at like 30 S units when he talked on the ground plane, and he's about 8 miles straight due west from me, but I was pointed due south. And I can't hear him on the beam, and he can't hear me. And it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's awesome side rejection. I'm not knocking that. Now that you tell me where he's related to you, because I have a pretty good general area where you are. Shit, 8 miles and shit. Obviously, he is to 30 dB if he's running a box or anything like that. But, yeah, that's awesome for that antenna. And that's your flat side one? What is that, Moonraker 4?
No, it's the Mako 108 Charlie.
Never heard of that antenna. I've been shopping for another beam too.
Well, most people don't get it because they don't like the shipping, right? So the antenna costs like $900 and something. I don't remember, $950, something like that. But the shipping is $800. So you got to call it like a $1,750 antenna in order to go to sleep at night, because you can't go to sleep with the shipping. So, and that's what turns everybody off. So most people buy a Mako 107. They don't buy the 108.
I've been shopping because I was thinking about getting one of those big quads versus repairing my white quad that's sitting on the ground. And I'm up in the air with it. I don't know whether to repair it and throw it on. I'm got to figure out a different situation as far as mounting that Y quad. I may throw another Ancon up, but yeah, it's a long story short. Either I'm going to buy another antenna and do it the way I want to do it, or I'm going to fix the Y quad and put it back up.
Yeah, no doubt, man. That's for sure. So what I had up before, I had a 107 Charlie Miko that was that's a 2-inch boom, and it's right at about 38 feet long, 7 elements. That's what I had up. But I wanted a 3-inch boom. I wanted the bigger boom, and you can't get it on any other antenna. You gotta get the 108 Charlie to get the 3-inch boom. And I said, alright, I'm gonna go for the 8-element 3-inch boom. For the gain, right? I wanted the 3-inch boom. And when I priced it out, it wasn't that bad. It's like $950 or so. But it only comes in 2 sections. So it's 2 20-foot sections that it comes in, and you can only get it delivered on a long-haul trucker, you know, the only way you can get it. And you gotta pay the $700 shipping.
And you go to where they're calling. Wow, that's insane. But it gets damaged. That kind of money, there's insurance on that shit, and they fuck it up on transit. But once you got it, I've been researching the Mikos. I like the Miko antennas myself, and I'm debating between going to either the 2 or the Y quad or the 3-element one. I'm still debating on that.
No, it was well packed, man. It was in a solid wooden box. It was solid all the way down. One piece of wood, solid wooden 20-foot box. And it was packed with popcorn and shit, right? So it did not damage the antenna getting here at all. And it was cool. I put it out on some what do you call those damn things? Horseshoe things. I put it out in the yard. I built it. I tuned it. And then I put it on the tower and I put it up. And it was awesome. You know, I'm just talking about the way that people look at it, because if people look at it and you go, oh, I'm going to buy this $950 antenna, and that's what I want. But then when you find out it's going to be like $1,700 to get it here, and you go, nah, I don't want it that bad. So I just told myself that the shipping was the cost of the antenna, right, in my head. I said, it's a $1,700 antenna. Got it. I like it, man. It's pretty awesome. I can get over here and just, I don't even have to turn a kicker on. Just talk on this radio just like we are doing now. And to put that antenna and point it towards wherever the hell you want to talk, and it talks. Yeah, no, I'm on the Omni now. Yeah, but if I pointed it towards you, it probably wouldn't even work, right? It's flat side. Yeah, no, it's straight flat side.
I didn't know that whatsoever. I thought it was like an arm that I put my freaking light bar where I can switch it back and forth.
Nope, I can't switch it back and forth. It's straight horizontal flat side. But when the skip goes rolling, you know, 21 dB gain is way better than 4.
fucking, it's dual polarity, so I don't, you know what I'm saying? You talk vertical and horizontal at the same time.
And I'm only going to say this once, right? I'm not going to argue with you or anybody else, but if you split your polarity, you split your power too, because if you're going to be vertical and horizontal, you're going to run something like a Texas T or something. You're going to put some 75 ohm coax in between the two to match it up. You're splitting your power between two different phases. Are you going to put it all on horizontal? Are you going to put it all in vertical? Or are you going to split it between the two? And I did not want to split mine. I wanted to put it one way. So if I want to talk on the vertical, I'll just talk on the tree. And if I want to talk on the flat side, then I want to put everything I got on the flat side.
I see what you're saying. And my right quad was dual polarity where I can have one piece of coax for my vertical and one piece of coax for my freaking horizontal. And versus with this one, apparently is co-phase like this cutter runs with this freaking program or dummy, whatever that is. And I just don't know if I want to go that way.
No, and it's badass too, so I don't know if you've heard RC out there on his, right? So his is dual polarity. He's running 75 ohm coax, and it sounds awesome. And it hears awesome. He's got ears from hell. Whatever direction he's pointed in, it works. I understand and I agree. It works. But if you could put every ounce of wattage you got into one, it still works better.
I heard him that's exactly what I was thinking about with those response, but he stacked them side by side. I heard him when he broke down the ground on it, man. That freaking radio, I mean, that rock. It was rock. So you've got a 37, I heard him say it, you have a 37-foot freaking span of swing around from front to back. And yeah, I can see why he did it. I mean, this sounds awesome. But I ain't gonna do that. I can't do it. I don't have the space.
Yeah, no, he sounds really good. I like it. When I heard him come out there with that, I wasn't sure what it was gonna be, right? But when he came out there, man, it's freaking awesome. My 40-foot 8 element is probably about the same as what he's doing. I think he's doing like 18 dB gain, but mine's like 21, but it's pretty close. He's a mineral, but it's not 18 stacked. It's like 10 or something each. Then when you co-phase it, you can get 18 out of it.
Right, yeah. I know what you're saying. But I heard him. He sounded really freaking good. And he was pointing my way. But he pointed, side to side. So he really took me.
Well, that's why I get to talk on Skip there with the big beam. I just point it towards people and talk, don't need a bunch of amplification, don't need you can just point it towards who you want to talk to and talk, just because it has a lot of gain. I do the same thing to Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, and the BYU. I talked to Yellow Jacket the other day. Did you hear that? Yeah, he keyed up for me one day, but I was at work, and so I sent him a text, and I said, "Hey, I hear you, but I can't talk. I'm at work, right? I was listening on the gate. And I said, why don't you queue up again on Saturday, and I should be home, and maybe I'll catch you then. And then he queued up on Saturday. I was sitting here soldering some shit and working here on the bench. And I was sandbagging, you know, like always. And he queued up and he's like, you hear that deep voice, right? He goes, how about that 45 kilo? How about that 45 kilo over there? Yellow jacket and the BYU. And I ran over to my radio, man. I was like, hey, Yellow Jacket, man, I don't know if I'm getting through or not. I don't even know where I'm pointing, but I heard you and I'm talking back. And he's like, man, you know what you're doing. That's pretty cool, man. I've been waiting for him to get back home. I didn't hear him for about 3 or 4 weeks, but I did hear him on a Skip. So Skip was talking to him. He was down in Cali, and I think they were in Alabama or something. But they were talking to Rodan, so I know he's out there. I don't know that he's doing that exact run now. So he sends me a text every once in a while, and it just says where he's at. And so I think the last one, he wasn't even in this run. He was over in another run. I have to go look at the text, but he sent me a text. I think he was in Vegas or something. It's a little late now, you know, I'm not going to text him right now, but I can just text him and see where he's at. No, he hasn't done that in a while. Yeah, he was leaving Arizona. He was going to go hit Vegas up for a minute just to do a little bitty TV break with people there on the radio. And then he was going to get back on track and come back up north, right? So that's the last I talked to him. It's all good, man. You know, just because we don't talk for 2 or 3 weeks, nobody really cares. Yeah, so he runs a dedicated trip, right? So he'll run it for, let's say, 6 weeks. He'll run it for 6 weeks for a dedicated trip. And then he'll have a month off. He'll have a month that he don't do that. He'll just stay home and work on a station or, you know, whatever, take care of the house. And then he goes back on the road for 6 weeks. So he gets a month that he gets to go home and mess around there. So he's not always out here, and he's not always running that trip. That's what I'm saying.
within, I think, 17-day period, you're mandatory 36 hours off.
So that's if you're driving all the time. If you're off part of the time, those rules don't apply.
You got your downtime and everything like that, but if you're working for a company and they want to retain you, you dictate when you want time off.
You know, nowadays they got tracking, they got GPS, they got all this shit. So my brother was driving for this company and he pulled off and stopped at the house right at home, and it was off his target a little bit, not much, about 20 miles, right? And he got close to home. He pulled off at the house and spent the night there, and then took off the next day and kept going where he's going. And the company said, "What the hell are you doing off target?"
Well, I got stories. On this about Butterfly driving for shift, but that's a different story for a different day. I'm not ready to elaborate right now. But 70 hours within, I think, 2 weeks, and you're mandatory 36 to 48 hours off. Rules they give.
And I'll elaborate on one that it surprised me, right? We shipped a howitzer from Anniston, Alabama to JBLM, and that one went off the grid. It got about halfway here and it disappeared on GPS. Disappeared with the tracking information. We were looking at it, tracking it here, and we're like, where the hell did that guy go? And so we sent the U.S. Marshals to go find this truck because it had a howitzer on it. And the dude was at his house just spending the night with his wife and kids one night. And he parked a truck in his front yard with an Army howitzer at 777 on the back of it. I don't know what he's doing. We didn't complain about the driver. We just complained about the tracking ability, right? Well, it's supposed to be a direct delivery, right, from Anniston, Alabama to Joint Base Lewis McChord. It's supposed to have tracking all the way in there. I don't know if he shut it off. I don't know if he got a switch or there's a battery or something that you can turn on. I don't know what he did, but he made it halfway here, and then the tracking went off, and we were like, what the hell? Where'd that gun go? Maybe, I don't know. I never heard an outcome there because we were dealing with the company and not the driver, you know. Oh yeah, he knew. I don't know if I can explain this, but there's a lot of weird people out there. So we get shipments, BSL shipments. They come from Hawaii, right? And those, when they come over here, they hit Kona. Hawaii and Alaska are actually called overseas destinations, right? Because they're not Kona. Kona says the continental United States. If you're not the continental United States, then That's crazy, I guess, sometimes, but, you know, I'm not gonna say what I do or who I am or none of that stuff, but it's a log center. If you go down 95 and you see exit 123, it's a logistics center for JBLM. That's where everything comes in and goes out and happens, right? So if I said that I don't give a fuck about Ukraine, is that alright? I only care about what happens to Americans. I don't have time to worry about the other. If I was bored and I had a bunch of time on my hands, I guess I could worry about that, but I don't. Yeah. And you went back to barefoot, right? Yeah, then. Alright, let's see where I'm at. I don't even know. So I'm at 30 audio 1, 2, then thinking about 200. Oh yeah, you don't want me to do that, you wouldn't even hear me. I think it's way better because I always had this bad opinion about Midland, right? But that one sounds pretty good. Hang on, it's working really good. I got a Midland in the garage. I never hooked it up, I don't think. Ever. We're not going to ask you that. It's all very good, man, and appreciate that, and thank you. I'm going to go see what's going on, if anybody's still talking on Channel 17. I don't know if they are or not. It might be quiet, or it might be busy. I might be back, but I'm going to go check it out. Right on, man. You have a good one. Good to talk to you, Jake.
there's a lot of people using those. I don't know if there's just a common problem that has a solution or what, but I've heard plenty of people on those now that haven't had a problem with them, but you had a problem with yours. That's right, I do remember that too. You bought 2 of them and both of them broke. That's got something loose in it, or that just the push-to-talk switches are shit. That sounds like the Delta problem. That is an odd gremlin. I have a couple of ideas of what it could be, but not actually looking at a schematic diagram. I wouldn't be able to suggest anything, because I mean there's a couple of things that could definitely do that, but I don't know if that microphone has them wired in that way. That would be probably my first guess, just offhand, because I've seen so many microphones that do weird shit like that. It's usually because the actual switch, where the contacts are inside that cheap Chinese switch that it's pushing on, there's a defect in there somewhere. Yep, and that's 100% why I've been running studio audio, because for the most part, the only problem I seem to be having is this fucking foot switch, and I have another one I'm going to swap it out with and see if I have the same fucking issues. But maybe this cheap Chinese foot switch I use to key up is wearing out already.
It don't sound like it is. Sounds like the foot pedal's working good there, Al.
On the foot pedal, I'm still on the stock mic with this Anytone. It keys and it unkeys, but and I don't know. I'm getting some funny fucking feedback through the audio equipment that I can't quite trace down.
Hey, so if I send you some pictures here and most people go, what the hell are you doing? But Al, I think he would know.
Anytone, is it?
Over there, Inspector?
I'm running a ground loop isolator balun in between the box and the radio, and that I've tried that, and it does seem to kill the feedback. So I thought I had a jumper issue, but I've checked. It's fine.
I got one for you, though. I'll just send you a pic. You'll know.
My suspicion, though, is it's this Chinese-made Mackie mixer board I'm running. It's hard to avoid China Mart, but I don't know, I might upgrade it. Well, I definitely know what that little MFJ box is doing.
They took all the solid wires out. I put RG316 in there, and then I ran a ground strap across all of it and grounded it so when one's talking, the rest are grounded, right?
Yeah, 10.
It's those little details you gotta pay attention to.
Everything is grounded all the time in here. Even the mixer board is actually kind of grounded, but I have a ground isolation going through all the XLR cables and everything, so it doesn't even hum out of the board. I'm picking up fucking some sort of weird oscillation when I hook it to the radio.
Yeah, I thought I was getting at the reason I think that I was getting at was those switchers, they have bare straight wires, going from the switch to the connector all the way across. So you could switch to one line, but there's nothing stopping it from bleeding over to the other line, right? Because they're right next to each other anyway, and there's no shielding. So I shielded all of it and put a ground strap across all of it and ground it out, and then I don't get that RF nowhere.
Oh, I see what you did. So you, instead of just hookup wire, you ran actual shielded coax through.
Right, I took all the straight wire off, so I ran RG316 through the whole thing, and then I ran a ground strap across all the ground and grounded it, and that just solves all the bleed over.
10-4. So I do have one question, because RG316 is kind of my go-to for that mini shit. What are your thoughts on that RG400 that they've got out there, that quad shielded stuff?
I already bought like 250 feet of it, right? I put it as all my jumpers on the whole station, and I think BVI was doing that, right? So I put RG400 through the whole station, and it bleeds over. So I took it all back out. I put 8X in there. I put some Belkin 98% shielded Belkin 8X and put it in there. It's way better.
Yeah, 10-4 on the Belkin 8X. I'm running LMR 400 Superflex jumpers in here. It's still kind of difficult to work with, but it works where I have it, you know.
That's probably good. I was actually betting 4 wraps on a 2-inch ferrite bead, so I put 4 wraps. I can't do that with the 400, so I had to use 8X.
10-4.
I was just trying to save you the trouble if you go buy a whole bunch of that RG400, right? And that's what I did. About like 250 feet of it. Made all my jumpers out of it. And the shielding of that thing sucks, man. It sucks. It picked up RF from all over the place. 8X is actually better.
Yeah, and I mean 316 even if you're or 17 or whatever it is, if you're running that as your fucking jumpers, it's probably still better than, I mean, that's double shielded just like RG8, it's just a little bit thinner.
Yeah, it's a lot thinner. So I bought the 316 was just for amp building, right? So that's what you put inside your amps when you build them. So I had a roll like 250 feet left over that stuff. So I just started changing out the switcher boxes with RG316 and then run a ground shield across it and ground everything off. Works pretty good.
10-4. Yeah, I use that 316 for a lot of stuff. I have a big fat roll of it over here. I don't know, it's like 200 feet or something. But yeah, I was looking at that RG400 and I was just wondering if you thought it was actually worth the money, but it sounds like you don't think it's worth anything. So I'll stay away from it.
So I spent the money for it. It's actually like about $1.50 a foot, right? And you spend the money for it, you put it in your station, and you get all kinds of weird RF and shit coming through, and you're going, what? Where'd that come from? So I started changing out the jumpers, started putting in the 8X back in there, and it still did. So yeah, I don't think the 400's good. X is hard to make jumpers for, though. Remember, you gotta be careful.
If you know what you're doing, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't have the Teflon core, so it actually works really, really good. You just gotta know that it's not a Teflon core. You can't overheat it.
What is that other polymer they're using? I'm trying to think of the abbreviation or whatever for it, but the acronym. But yeah, I prefer that stuff. And you don't have to get solder and coax. You just got to get that shit hot enough that it sticks. You don't have to get it so hot that it melts the connector down. That drives me nuts. I see people doing that with a big old solder gun. Fuck, I do it with a tiny little solder iron, like 65 water, and I use a pair of vice grips or something as a heat sink for the rest of the connector so you don't have the meltdown.
Yeah, I'm just basically saying that for all those people out there that don't use any heat sink, no pliers, and they wonder why it melted through.
Well, and you also notice they don't have a can of flux, and they're not using any flux. They're just using just trying to stick resin core solder to a fucking connector.
Oh, that's crazy, dude. I over-flux everything and make sure it's good first. And then you just take some alcohol and a brush and you clean the flux off. Remember that old saying, more is less?
And you can leave the flux on there. It doesn't really do shit. But yeah, other than look dirty. But yeah, that's my trick. I use a fuckload of flux, and that solder just fucking soaks right down in there. It's like it's meant to be.
Yeah, I'm just a clean freak. I don't like to look at the flux. You can leave it in there, don't do nothing, but I like to clean it off and make it as clean looking as possible, right?
Yeah, TM, especially if you're trying to be a professional CV operator.
Shit, if I was doing that, I'd just leave the flux there.
If you were a professional CV operator, you'd use crimp-on connector.
Oh, fuck. I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't know, I've fucking used them for years and never really had much of a problem with them, as long as you don't move anything, because that's, especially with like anything big like LMR 400, if you move something, that's when you lose your contact with shield.
Okay, so for 30 years, before I was out here, for 30 years, the radios that we used in the Army, we used crimp-on connectors. And they work, because it's like 5 gigahertz or 4.5 gigahertz. Who cares? Whatever. Crimp-ons work. And that's what they always use. Me, personally, I don't like crimp-on.
Well, and also everything in the military is designed for specifications and tolerances, there's a reason why, like, those 1446s were considered a mil-spec transistor, because they operate in parts of the military radio frequency band, but they were designed to take what they produce back into the transistor in reflex without burning up.
I'm not going to get into that with you. If you run a MOSFET linear, and then the linear side of the power is going to create heat. If you ran it non-linear, so it would be more like a switch or a relay. There's no heat there. Linear creates heat.
Correct.
And that's about the wavelength not shutting off fast enough, right? So it's the curve of the wavelength that creates the heat.
And it all ties into the law of thermodynamics. Nothing is 100% efficient, and as it loses efficiency, it usually loses it to heat.
Anytime you lose something, it's going somewhere.
Yeah. So, I mean, with any transistor even, with the reflected power, even if it's designed to take it, like those LD MOSs were designed to take basically a dead short. You transmit short term without an antenna, no problem, and not burn anything up, and maybe be able to make contact. But those, you know, I mean, they weren't designed to do that all the time. And if you do that all the time, obviously it's going to get hot, because that's where its efficiency is lost, is it, everything's coming back, and so it starts generating heat.
Hey, so I just started down a new path here. I was playing around with IC chips, and they have single pole 6 transistor ICs that act as a switch, right? So you don't need a switch. You can actually do it digitally, and then you just put a relay in and trip the relay. Man, that's some cool shit. Now you're in here with IC chips on a circuit board that can trip your relays for you. Pretty cool.
Yeah, Tin. I mean, basically all they are is a microcontroller. So yeah, you add more transistors, more switches to your microcontroller, it can do more things.
It's like a big ass switch, so it's like a single pole dual transistor, switch. So if you went to the store and you bought a switch, you got one that was a single pole, 4 position. So that'd be a SP4P, right? Switch. You can do that with an IC chip. It's just not going to handle any power, really, but it could trip your relays.
Yeah, it's mostly it'll handle millivolts, no problem.
Yeah, most of them do about 2 or 3 volts. Don't handle that. And if they don't, you put a resistor in line, you're good. Like if you run 5 volts, on a standard circuit board, put a resistor in there and make it 3, you're good. This thing is messing me up, Al. I gotta probably get out of here. I don't even know what this is. 96%? What's the best?
What?
I got some new Sedaris just trying out that it's pretty cool. My grandson runs like a flea market, I guess you call it that. A flea market where everything comes in there and they sell all this stuff. And all the leftover stuff he brings over to me, right? And they brought me a whole bunch of alcohol, and he's like, well, nobody wanted this. And I said, don't throw that away.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that shit could tend to fuck you up. But that's what it's for.
I don't even know what it is, man. I never even heard of it before. Well, I think I heard of it once, but I never tried it. But it's gin. This thing's called Bombay Sapphire. It's Bombay Sapphire gin. I never drank gin ever in my whole life.
Oh man, that's one of my favorite go-tos. I am a gin drinker. I like Tanqueray. Tanqueray's a good one. But Bombay Sapphires, that's highfalutin gin. That's good gin. Probably the best gin I had when I stopped drinking gin regularly last was, I think it was Bellringer. And it wasn't too pricey, but it was really, really smooth.
But now that you're talking my language here, because I got one bottle here that's Tanqueray, and it's not big. I guess it's like a liter of Tanqueray. But I never got that one too. And then I got like 6 bottles. They're great big, like half-gallon bottles of the Sapphire shit. But it's all gin. And he called me and he's like, "Hey, Grandpa, you want me to throw this away or, whatever?" And I said, "No, you don't waste alcohol that way. Bring it over here." He said, "Would you drink it?" And I said, "Fuck, I'll try." So I've never drank gin in my life, ever. I don't even know what it is. And so I Googled it, right? And I Googled it and said, tastes like medicine, mix it with juice or some kind of tonic, right? And I said, well, I'll just do a Coke.
Seltzer or tonic water with a little bit of lemon or lime, it is, oh man, there's nothing like a good gin and tonic. Or you take some vermouth and you mix that up and you go with it. That's another favorite of mine is a dry gin martini, just vermouth and gin. It's juniper berries. They make it out of wood alcohol, juniper berries.
Yeah, so this one says it's not even one. It's like 8 different berries. So I was reading the back of this. So it's all natural and it's berries, right? But it's like 2 grasses and 3 berries or something, they made it out of. That's cool.
I think Bombay is actually made out of something different, and I don't think it's made in I don't know if that one's one of the English ones. I think it's actually part of the Commonwealth. But Tanqueray is probably one of my favorite ones, and that is a juniper berry gin. That is original gin.
Yeah, I haven't touched that one, so I've been on the blue one here. It says it's from the UK, so this one's the United Kingdom one. But I got a Tanqueray one here too. I haven't touched yet.
If you got one over there that says Beefeater, that's another good one.
I have to look. I don't think so. This is, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got 5 half-gallon bottles of this blue Tanqueray one. And then I got one, like a liter bottle from the Tanqueray.
Yeah, and the Tanqueray bottle's blue? It's not green?
No, the Tanqueray is not blue. The other ones are blue.
Gotcha. So the Tanqueray is green and the Bombay Sapphire is definitely a blue bottle, yes.
Yeah, the rest of them are blue. The Tanqueray is actually, it looks like brown glass that it's in, so I can't really tell what color it is. It's in a brown glass though.
That must be one of their special editions. Because I've seen a white bottle, and I can't remember what special edition that one was supposed to be, but they made one in a white, like, ceramic bottle at one time. But yeah, usually they're in a green glass bottle.
So this one has like a king seal on it, so let's see if I can see anything there. Look, I I can't see anything that I recognize, right? But there's a king seal on it, like where you put the wax and you put your seal in there. There's a seal on it.
Oh, for sure, that's Tanqueray. It usually would have a white label with a red wax seal on it.
That's what it is. It's a white label and a red wax seal that seals the lid, right?
Yeah, it would also have oftentimes would have the medallion in either like fake silver, I've seen it, but usually it's a red wax little medallion seal on the side of the bottle as well, and then they seal the cap with wax.
I'm going to do that yet. I'm going to save that one for tomorrow. But I got this Bombay, this blue one. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Bombay is probably one of the more commonly drank gins. I'm surprised it didn't sell. Obviously, apparently people aren't gin drinkers anymore. You know, maybe just me. I like it. Gin's good, and scotch. I like me some Irish whiskey too.
I never heard of it before. I'm good with whiskey or scotch or, something like that. But this one is called Bombay Sapphire Gin. And so I Googled it first because I wanted to see what everybody said about it. Because I don't know what it is, right? And so I Googled it. And they were like, well, you mix it with juice or tonic or Coke, right? You can actually mix it with Coke. And I said, oh shit, I got lots of Coke.
Yeah, it is an acquired taste for sure, because of the type of stuff it's made out of. But yeah, that's why most people use like a tonic with some lemon, or like a lemon flavored like seltzer water or something. Usually, really, it kind of accents the flavor pretty well. But other than that, it's like gin and juice or gin and soda.
So it tastes like medicine to me. So I'm just throwing it out there to you all. It tastes like cough syrup or medicine or something kind of like that.
I honestly haven't drank a lot of Bombay, so that may be the case. To me, it tastes like Everclear, man. Like Everclear does have a flavor, but it tasted like pure grain alcohol, like way stronger than vodka ever tastes. Grain vodka. Potato vodka is way different, but like Everclear, it kind of has the same like flavor to me that to gin, which to be honest, I think it's an acquired flavor, but it's a flavor I don't dislike.
So I'm going to ask you this. I don't know if you I don't even know this. Have you ever had absinthe?
Oh, absolutely. I've had a shitload of absinthe. I've had absinthe from Europe. I've had absinthe here, and I like it all. It's good. That and Di Serono are probably the only liqueurs I can tolerate.
So, if you know the story about absinthe, right? If you get it in Europe, you get absinthe that's like 96% proof. If you go to America, then you're going to get the 70% one, right? But I lived in Europe for 3 years. I had the good one. And this tastes pretty close like absinthe.
Well, when you go to, and you can get it here now too. It's not, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't ever illegal. It's just they didn't ship it here. And there was some issues with the French where they didn't want it to hurt the wine production, so they had some trade issues with it. But absinthe over there has wormwood, which, if depending on the concentration, can cause some mild hallucinations, mostly visual but some auditory. And but absinthe over here, it's definitely a lower proof. But you can still get 100 proof, absinthe over here. But it's definitely not, it's not the 180 proof stuff they got over there.
No, it's pasteurized here, and what I was talking about was before the wall fell, right? The absinthe over there was freaking awesome. And then after the wall fell, it seemed like the absinthe got watered down.
I don't know, man. I mean, I know it comes from mostly like Belgium and France, and it's specifically from like a specific region. But I also know that like part of the reason we didn't get the real stuff was the French had some sort of weird law where they couldn't export it because they were exporting fine French wines, and you know how the French are, they're snooty about fucking everything, and they were afraid that would be more exportable and more popular worldwide than their wine. So they made some weird law where they couldn't actually export the real shit to anywhere but France. So you had to go to France to get it.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you, because when I was in Germany, right, I was about an hour drive from the Czech border, and you could go to the Czech Republic, and you could get absinthe that was unfiltered, unadulterated absinthe, right? And if you went to Germany and got it, you couldn't get that because they filtered that one already. It was already said that you can't do that anymore. But it's the same story as the crystal. I don't know if you remember that, but you used to go to Czech, you get crystal for cheap, right? And it's the same thing with absinthe.
Well, yeah, and a lot of that had to do with in Czechoslovakia, crime is almost legal. So like that, there's a lot of black market shit that wasn't supposed to be there, but it was there.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say Czechoslovakia though, because after they became a republic, then it's Czech Republic. If you said Czechoslovakia, they would kick your ass, right?
I'd be a little annoyed with me. But yeah, the Czech, but that's the thing. Like over there, like there's a thriving black market of just about anything. You can get just about anything, and you want an AK-47, you can get it in the Czech Republic.
That's pretty close, right? In Schweinfurt, Germany is where I was stationed at. Within an hour, I could go to the Czech Republic within an hour.
It's funny, I have friends in England, and they're not allowed to have guns, right? Well, I mean, they can, but it's like really fucking hard for them to get like just a hunting rifle or a shotgun, and they're never going to be allowed to get a handgun or an automatic weapon. But they all take like vacations to Prague where all that shit's legal. So you can just go to a gun range in Prague and shoot whatever the fuck you want, and they have it all set up for these people because they know that like countries like Germany and shit like that, you're not allowed to do that. So they all go like travel to Prague, to have some freedom.
did that in Italy too. So I had actual German friends that were going to Italy. They're going to go hunting, right? And they're going to go to Italy to go hunting because that's where you can. And they asked me to go along, and I said, well, what the hell am I going to do? You know, I ain't hunting, I ain't shooting nothing. What the hell do you need me for? He said, we need you to run through the woods to scare the deer on to the other side. Really?
Well, and the other thing he said about Prague was like, especially in the city, but just in the countryside around it, in all of the Czech Republic. But like the criminals don't fuck with tourists, and the reason why is because they make a fuckload of money off of tourists.
Now, the only reason I said that because this girl, like, she schooled me, right? She kicked my ass, and when I said Czechoslovakia, and she got mad, man. I can't do it, man. She was mad. She said, what the fuck are you talking about? It's Czech Republic. There ain't no Czechoslovakia for 20 damn years. What the hell are you saying? And I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, it was even funnier when I tried to speak German to my ex's mom, who was Dutch. She gets this look on her face. I don't ever want to hear that language again in perfect English.
You sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Dutch and German are very slightly different languages, but they're different. And then, yeah, the Dutch still hate the Germans from World War II.
I know, they still blame Hitler too. They always talk about that.
But yeah, it was an invading country, and to this day, you speak Dutch in the Netherlands. Don't try to speak German. They'll understand you, but they won't be happy with you.
Ja, bitte, das ist meine Kampf. Das Führer ist extremist.
I feel like you'd get shot in the Netherlands for saying that.
I probably would.
In Germany, though, nowadays, you probably get shot for that. Or in the right bar, you might get some laughs, but then people would be like, you really shouldn't be saying that.
You know, the German people say the same thing, man. I lived there for 3 years. I listened to everybody and go, yep, that's what I thought.
Well, they still technically have a Führer.
No, they don't. They hate that fucking guy.
Well, he wasn't the only one. I mean, I was under the impression that's just what you called the chancellorship of Germany.
No, that's not true, no. All Germans hate the Führer.
Well, that's not entirely true either, because I've heard that they have these like neo-Nazis now in Germany that are like trying to bring some of the Nazis were good kind of thing, you know. But it's illegal for them to wear like the Nazi armband and display any kind of swastika or anything that's from the old Nazism. So they got this armband with a
Break.
Alright, so let me qualify that with there's no Germans that are from West Germany that believe that. East Germany, you know, after the wall fell, I don't know what they think. But West Germany was the one that was always our friend, and it was always been there for years and years and years. They don't believe that. illegal one?
It's, like I said, it's still illegal to even display it. But they do have to, and Austria has a problem with it too, still to this day. There's a small group of them, and they do these little protests and whatnot. But yeah, everybody hates them, and they fucking usually get beat up by a bunch of Germans that are pissed off that they're doing that.
We have assholes here in the United States that do that too, so it's kind of the same thing.
For sure. But, I mean, they do have it. But I do think it's great, like, assholes here in the United States are allowed to wear swastikas. Over there, they can't actually wear a swastika if they think that way. They have to wear this little red armband with a white circle where the swastika should be. But, you know, everybody knows what your symbol is. It's the swastika isn't there anymore.
I don't think you're capable there, man. I know a lot of Germans, right? And if you had that, they would just fucking kill you in your sleep. You wouldn't be able to live to tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I've seen quite a bit of it, and I also know quite a few Germans that told me that, like, they had one of these Nazi protests down. Some of them, honestly, they don't even call themselves Germans anymore. They call themselves Bavarians, and the rest of Germany thinks they're Bavarian, not German.
No, that's the language that I was talking before. When I said, it's du hast it's Bavarian, that's not German, right?
Correct.
You can tell too when they count the numbers because they say, I just drive to your home, sexy, but not. That's Bavarian.
Yeah, most of my experience with Germans and most of the people I know that are German, like they live in what is now known as Germany, are Bavarian.
I think it's the greatest way though, but I don't know that there's another way. But I think it's the greatest way is Bavarian is the one. German? I don't know if you really want to know that.
I will say though, Bavaria is gorgeous.
I will say that it's always the same thing, right? Because it seems like the same Germany that everybody knows, but they just call it a different name.
Oh, for sure, but it is originally made up of multiple kingdoms. There was, at one time, there was the kingdom of Hamburg and the kingdom of, Germany. Germany wasn't really like one nation. It was multiple kingdoms in a large group that were all allies. It wasn't until the Kaisers that, they became basically one whole kingdom. And even Bavaria and Prussia were independent kingdoms.
Yeah, and even when it was back then, Prussia and, now you're going to go back to Mongolia and that kind of stuff. Nobody really cared. If you were the killer of millions of people, you're a conqueror. You're great. But if you lost, you were defeated.
I always thought it was funny that Catherine the Great, the mother of all Russia, as they refer to her, was Polish.
I didn't even know that. She's Polish?
Yeah, she was like a Polish princess that married into the family originally. She She was not originally related to the Kiev Rus or any of the Russian royalty. As a matter of fact, she had the only remaining member of that family assassinated because he was loony, and they were trying to, he wouldn't be able to rule anyways, but she had him killed because he was, he could technically have seceded the throne from her.
Yeah, that's what he did back then. Did you know that all the bases in Germany closed down and everything's in Poland now?
Oh yeah. Well, Poland's the front lines now. I mean, Poland and like Romania and or is it Bulgaria or no, it's Romania, and then like Slovakia. What's left of Slovakia, Croatia and Bosnia and all those countries.
They closed down all the bases in Germany, like Nuremberg closed down in the 90s, and then Schweinfurt closed down in like 2004, something like that. So now everything's in Poland. Did you know that?
I did.
Ain't that pretty close to the border? That's all I'm saying.
There is a reason for that. It is the frontline NATO country right now. And Putin made it that way by invading Ukraine.
I'm just thinking that the army did it in like 2004, so that's way before any threat from him.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that there were definitely threats as early as then from him. I mean, he invaded Georgia, there was the whole shit in, God damn it, Chechnya, there was a lot of Crimea. There was a lot of fucking warning signs that he was pushing that to the front lines of NATO.
No, I 100% agree. I just wanted to hear you say it.
And I don't think that our military and NATO, for that matter, missed all of those warning signs. And I think that's why we've been building up Poland like crazy ever since they were adopted into NATO.
I think all I meant by that all was you watch the movement of the military, right? And they're 20 years above and beyond what the dictation is. Because when everybody's up there talking and they're going, what? Are you going to really do that to me? You think you can talk that way to me? We already put our military there 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I know. And that's Putin's been trying to put us into this Cold War for that 20 years. I mean, honestly, there aren't. Ukraine is the only country at the moment standing in between that. And I think one of the biggest tipping points was if Sweden or Finland especially Finland, tried to join NATO, then I think he'd refocus his efforts.
So we're way far ahead of what anybody would say, right? When people come over and go, if you say that, or if you do that to me, then the repercussions are going to be drastic, right? They say that. We've already prepared for your drastic 20 years ago. That's what I'm saying.
he was trying to use some sort of short-range hypersonic nuclear warhead. That's a little harder for us to shoot down. But I'm fairly confident that Putin could never really attack the continental United States effectively.
I'm very confident that he couldn't do that. Not at all. And if one slipped by, right? Let's say that one slipped by and it made it. It would take 2 miles out of one major city, which would be nothing, because most major cities are going to be 60, 70 miles wide. You're going to take 2 miles out of a 60 or 70 mile wide city. Yeah, not much. I don't think you're even going to make it, though. Good luck.
And I'm reasonably sure, given what we do know about Russia's military defense and missile defense systems, most of our missiles would hit the target, you know, and we would definitely retaliate.
You know, I would use the UK as an example. He got the whole Russian army attacking the UK, which is a very minor, non-military type, you know, country. And he can't even do that. Do you think he stands a chance against our ass?
I still have some respect for those little islands. You know, they are definitely capable of defending themselves.
I totally agree. I'm just saying, what do you think about Russia when they can't even get over the UK?
I mean, I kind of knew that. I mean, if the Chinese were trying to attack people, it would be a lot different. I mean, Russia is a good ways behind the Chinese these days militarily.
You know, I remember back when they already tried that, right? So they already did try that before, and it did not work out for them. But when Donald Trump was in there, they didn't even try that at all. They're like, no, I'm shutting up. They didn't even try. It's like, nah, we ain't gonna do that. And then now, Biden's in there, and they're all of a sudden trying again. I bet they wouldn't be doing this if Donald Trump was there.
I think he would. Only because he may have, it's possible he may have waited until Donald Trump was forced out of office after his second term to do anything. That's possible. He may have been holding off for whatever reason. But I also believe that if he liked Donald Trump to be reelected, he would definitely hold off until after the election.
There's no way he wouldn't have done that. If Donald Trump was president, there's no way he'd be doing what he's doing now. Because he'd be scared of the repercussions.
That someone crazier than him might be against him. And as somebody with in my opinion, a little bit more balls when it comes to like saying what you're going to do. Because Putin's very politically back and forth, but I think he's a little bit smarter.
I was going to ask you that. Do you think Putin's crazy? Because I don't. I think he's got a good mind, though. He might be stupid,
justifiably crazy. But there's a very fine line between genius and crazy in a lot of ways. And I wouldn't say that he isn't genius in a lot of ways. He is definitely a mastermind of sorts. But I also don't think that he's a rational human being like you and me.
I don't think he's as good as Andre the Great, or he's definitely not the Alexander the Great. He's not that guy, but he's getting close, right? His thought patterns are there. His methods are a little off.
I don't think he's that great. He is not Genghis Khan, but he's definitely trying to act like him.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. He's not there, but he thinks he is, though.
Genghis Khan, also a fucking total madman. But as far as a military mind, probably one of the best we've ever seen, next to maybe Hannibal, or Alexander the Great, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so here's how it works out. If you killed millions and millions of people, and then you succeeded, then you're great. But if you killed millions and millions of people and you lose, then you're an asshole.
Well, that's true. But it also has a lot to do with the fact that those people establish massive empires and sustain them for a good period of time. Genghis Khan, for instance, would have fucking conquered all of Europe if his son hadn't gotten sick. That's the only reason why he didn't. He turned around and rode back home because his legitimate son got sick.
So actually, I don't know if you ever followed Genghis Khan all the way to the end of his life. He went to Afghanistan, but was in that time frame where he wanted to conquer, and in Afghanistan he lost because they never lose, right? He lost, and his family melded into the people in Afghanistan. His sons and daughters melded in there.
Yeah, I think people just don't get the Afghani people. I don't think any conqueror has ever understood that anytime you even so much, it's their country, and you don't tell them what to fucking do in their country. Afghanis don't fuck around. They're kind of like the Irish. The Irish are the same way, man. They do not give two shits about invading armies. They will tell you what they think.
I just always thought it was funny, man, because I used to be a Chinese connoisseur, right? So I spent a lot of years depicting about the 5,000 years of Chinese history. But if you do that, you can't take away from Genghis Khan, right? So Mongolia took over the whole of China at one point. Mongolia was the biggest country in the world at a point. And he went to Afghanistan and lost his ass and his whole army, and everything was defeated. And you could say his kids melded into that country with wives and kids, right? And disappeared.
Oh yeah, Afghanistan is it's Hannibal, all of them. They all tried to invade and they all went packing. The Soviet Union, I don't understand why we thought we could conduct any kind of war there.
Russia spent 10 years there, and it didn't amount to nothing. If we thought we could do something different, good job.
And the thing is that, I mean, American politicians mostly don't get is you can't go into a country like Afghanistan and liberate them. The only people that can liberate Afghanistan is the Afghani people.
You know what? And I'm going to say this out loud on the radio. The only person that could put anybody in check was the one guy we took out of check.
And who would have thought, man, the Ukrainians are still those badasses they used to be. I wonder if they got some Polish blood going in there these days, because quite frankly, man, my respect for the Ukraine, like, doubled over the last few months. Just, like, that's, I don't see that happening here. Like, there's no real possibility anybody's actually going to mass a ground invasion in America, but if they did, I don't see that happening here. Can you see Donald Trump or Joe Biden in fucking tactard gear on the front lines like that crazy guy? You're the president of Ukraine. You don't need to be there, but he's there.
No, I think kind of where I was going was Saddam Hussein was capable of taking those two countries and melding them together and gaining control over them. And our goal was to take Saddam Hussein out. And now nobody has control over those two countries at all because nobody listens.
Yeah, that was a vendetta.
You know, he might have been an asshole, and he might have done a lot of things that we don't like, right? But he did control those two countries, though.
My biggest question after I got there is I was like, so, and I was asking people that had been there longer than me, where's the Republican Guard?
They ran away on Highway 1.
I mean, everybody, like, that's what you hear on CNN and everything when we were going, it's the fucking, they haven't faced the Republican Guard yet. Well, who are they? They make them sound like they're 14 feet tall and can fucking eat a man whole, you know? And you get over there and they never existed.
I swear to God, and I might be wrong, Al, but I believe that Republican Guard ran away when we got there. They ran away and they went and hid with their families and their daughters and their sons. I believe that they ran away. And they went back home and, suffered through that. After we left, they stood back up and they went and did what they had to do.
Yeah, I think they knew what was coming at them, and they just said the loyalty to Saddam Hussein just wasn't there anymore. It wasn't, like Hitler and the SS. It wasn't his most loyal support anymore.
Right, they weren't gone. They were just identified. If you did that here in America, what would you do?
For the most part, I would probably fight, but I'd be smart about it.
Right, I'd be smart about it too. So if I saw a fight that was unwinnable, then I would disappear, and I would come back when it was winnable.
Oh, that's basic combat tactics 101 right there. If it's an unwinnable fight, you regroup.
Yeah, that's guerrilla warfare. That's what they tell you. guerrilla warfare is that way. So didn't they do it that way?
Yeah, 10.
I don't knock them for what they did or the way they did it. I think they kind of did it perfect. And if you come over here, we'd probably do it the same way.
And I have a lot of respect for a country of people that will stand up for what they want as their country. I mean, China even is based on that. I don't know if you've ever read any of the stories about or any of the stuff on about the Qin dynasty. The first he was the I can't remember what his name was, but the first emperor of China, and he unified all the kingdoms of China into one country, and they to this day still refer to it as my land. I can't remember what the Chinese word for it is, but it's my land, and it's their fucking land.
Right. So the book that you're talking about is called the Samguk Kaji. The Samguk Kaji was the history book where they wrote down all the emperors of China and the kings and all the other ways. The Samguk Kaji dictates that's 5,000 years old, right? And the Samguk Kaji tells them that you don't control the country, you control the trade, which, and nowadays means the money. Because in the old days, it was the Salt Road, the Salt Road. They went to India was the way you controlled that. But nowadays, it's the money. That's what you're talking about. Control the money.
Currency, but yes, they control the currency. And to this day, that's, in my opinion, the whole reason why communism is so appealing in countries like that, because it's indoctrined into their society at this point.
That's why I said before, because people said, shit, China's gonna attack us now. No, they're not. China will never attack us because they don't need to. They will control the currency and they will do it from where they're living. They will never, ever invade the homeland of the United States. They don't need to do that. They won't do that. That might be somebody weaker, maybe Russia or Japan. They could throw a lot of people in there. China will never do that.
For the most part, I don't think Russia will ever attack us because Japan is friendly with us now. And Russia couldn't even defeat Japan.
Actually, if you want to get honest now, nobody's ever going to attack us.
Unless the Canadians get really feisty, which they still supposedly have plans in the fucking Pentagon about, like, if the Canadians were to invade, and they date way, way, way back to, like, when that actually was a possibility, because, the English could have just tried to fucking take us back over from the north. But yeah, no, there's nobody that's gonna attack us. And the Chinese, their position on America is they want to keep us happy because their economy is very dependent on that. They want to keep Europe and America happy because we buy a lot of their shit and we keep their economy healthy, and they like that. And their main goal is to hoard all the resources, so we have to buy everything from them. And they want that because that's what they believe that the consumerists in Europe and the Western world want from a communist nation. They want them to produce. And so that's what China's basically trying to do. It's the only reason they haven't invaded Taiwan yet. because that would make America unhappy with them. And they want to keep us happy. That's why they bought a lot of our debt. The Japanese bought even more of it, but they want us happy. They want us to keep buying from them. These gas prices, you just wait. There's going to be some oil contracts with China coming in, and they're going to start sending us cheaper oil, and those prices will go down. And they've been hoarding it, and I guarantee some of it's coming our way. That's what they're like. Go Putin. You're just going to bring us more money. America's going to love us, and they hate us right now. I'm just sitting here waiting for it to all go down, because it'll happen. I mean, they'll never invade us. We'll never be Chinese. We might need to learn Chinese. That might come in handy soon. Maybe I said too much. I don't think I gave away any classified information.
I don't think I heard any.
Big Shepherd. Stop it.
Oh, did I do that?
No, it wasn't you,
Well, I agree with you, 45. Ain't nobody gonna invade us. But you just wait. Mark my words. That's the next thing we're gonna see. China's gonna look like the savior of the fucking world, and we'll let them take Taiwan.
Well, they can't. You know, it's impossible, man. They can have a goal where they would like to end up tomorrow at this goal, but you could never, ever do that here.
I think that's what they're trying to do, at least right now, is make Putin look like the asshole and, you know, China look like the more moderate in the situation, which they kind of already do at this point. That's why I think India's not it's neither here nor there about it. They're looking the same way. India's got a lot of human rights problems too.
You're really gonna go see nothing there, Bill?
What's that, 45?
I was just wondering, are you really not gonna see nothing?
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was reading and listening at the same time. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it probably wasn't worth it.
I was kind of thinking about what you guys were talking about that today, though. My thoughts about Biden, every time we send another truckload of bombs and missiles to Ukraine, he posts it on the media. Didn't they used to do that stuff kind of in secret and send it in just wooden boxes without big flags on it and shit, when we'd stick our nose in places it probably shouldn't be?
Well, I mean...
what they did was, we were never supposed to stick our nose there anyway, but if you did stick your nose there, maybe you shouldn't tell nobody that it's your nose.
I mean, look how long we had advisors in countries, and then just kept the hell out of it, and, you know, they were black patch advisors, and it just went better that way.
And
But it makes me feel any better? You know, we don't do the GBLM just then.
And his administration are trying to message Putin like, nah, we're not going to fuck around this time. We can't...
They tried to make me sign this agreement, right, where it said, I support the president and all of his initiatives. And I said, I ain't signing that. What the fuck you talking about? I ain't signing that. They were like, what? Are you against the president? I was like, hell yeah, I'm against him. The fucking government worker here, fuck that president. I follow the Constitution of the United States, and that's what the oath was.
Yeah, copy that. You know, I tried to get that into my kid's head, was respect the office, not necessarily who's currently sitting in the chair.
Exactly.
And that's what I was trying to say with what I said. Is, you know, I mean, I think they're doing the best they can with what they got, and I don't know that that's going to be good enough.
I guarantee you it's not good enough, Al.
I do think that they're going about it wrong. I disagree with the strategy, but I think it's
strategy.
This needs to look more.
I think the strategy is whatever works.
And not us. And I
think they're winging it on burner phones.
You know, Joe should probably shut his mouth a little bit more, and let, you know, Europe, especially, you know, France and Germany, strong countries in Europe, do a little bit more of the talking.
He's so far off the mark.
Like less of the bad guy, and especially here at home, because, you know, he's not doing things the way we do things.
He's sprouting a new America.
I'm pretty sure he hates America.
Joe or Putin?
I'm pretty sure they got him fucking propped up there, just fucking stammering his way through things.
Bernie.
He's the best they could fucking act.
Yeah, he's a puppet, right? A muppet.
So, I mean, they got it
meat puppet
in the country, but Joe is not running the country.
No, I agree with that statement. Joe's not running the country. Unfortunately, his cabinet is frightening.
And unfortunately, his cabinet, other than the Secretary of State, is very inexperienced.
And you're very good at that, drawing with mouth.
But the rest of them aren't very. They're young and they're smart, but they're not very experienced in world politics. Not like Trump's cabinet was.
Good Trump.
I will admit, he surrounded himself with people I don't like, just like I don't like him. But at least he surrounded himself with people with, like, his chief of staff had fucking experience doing what he was doing. You know, that's important. You know, I don't like that particular general, but he knew what he was doing.
I always didn't like that guy because I knew what I was doing. I should have been chief of staff.
You would probably make a great chief of staff at the White House, in my opinion, 45. You're a pretty no bullshit guy, and you would be involved in directly hiring and firing fucking advisors and shit, people that, you know, you would be the guy that weeds through all the bullshit at the White House so that the president doesn't get all the bullshit.
Those guys hate me, Al. When I talk to them, they're like, hey, I know that, but I ain't gonna tell you my real name, right? But they know my real name, and they go, that guy? Yeah, we're not gonna talk to him because they don't want to hear what I have to say. It's all good though, from this coast to that coast and 13 LRCs that we have here. Everybody knows my name.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know who you are. I've never met you personally, I know that, but after you told me what you did, and knowing some of the people I know some people that know you. Definitely.
Yeah, it's funny, Ben, if you go over to North Carolina or, you know, something like that, you talk to 80 second up where they're like, man, yeah, I don't know how to do that. You gotta call this guy, right? And then they'll throw my name in there. And then they get over here. Now it's on me. And damn it. I've been around a long time there, Al. I'm just thinking about 30 years right now on this mark.
Yeah, I wasn't around there very long. At all. But I still know people, and I still have some friends that are active duty, and some that are retired. I mentioned some names to them, and they're like, "Fuck that guy? How the hell do you know that guy?"
Damn it, is that AJ out there?
I will just say 45 kilos, one of those names.
Yeah, I heard that before too there, Al. But did I hear AJ out there? got 10? You know what, man? It's been so long since I heard you out there. AJ, don't let me get a rise in my Levi's here. Just let me wave a hand to you.
He's just playing pocket pool.
He went commando.
Since you've been out here, so I mean, I'd never not recognize your station near that loud, you know. Well, that's because you just take all the old good stuff and compile it into one video. You know, I mean, absolutely, that's more entertaining.
Barefoot versus Ultimate Trucker?
10-4 on the pill poppin' Paul. Did you throw in a picture of his feet from his YouTube channel? I think the last time you were out here and I spoke to you, we were telling you about his YouTube channel, and I don't know if you looked it up yet, but you gotta check it out. Well, he just has like this, he's a musician, man, apparently, you know, and he does this stuff, and he has a weird obsession with his feet. Most of the videos are just of his feet.
I don't know if you work in Tumwater, but the channel is named Paul's Country. So you could look up Paul's Country on YouTube.
Biohazard place.
No, it's Paul's Country.
Yeah, right next to the Tacoma Parts or whatever that was, or Seattle Parts or something like that.
You're trying to tell me that you never listened to that there, AJ. Paul's Country was right there. You know, he used to say, don't fuck with me, man. I'll turn on the Frankenstein.
That shit don't exist, and if it does, it doesn't work.
I know, but he always said it.
Waving to that AJ out there, Triple M. Well, you're sounding good.
His little Icon 7300. Don't get a rise in his Levi's there, Triple M.
I was gonna say it don't sound like the stock mic, but it sounds pretty good.
Well, I mean, it sounds like, you know, I don't know, it sounds like barefoot wireless microphone, you know the one.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the house, but you're talking on the radio. Hey, don't be coming here with a fact, foreign fact.
barefoot with my barefoot radio.
Post that video. I mean, I resurrected off this one laptop I had, and it was old, and I had a hard drive. I think that like the motor or something like that on the hard drive was so dried out or something like that. I started spraying WD-40 on it, and it was weird. It worked. I'm serious, man. I popped the cover off that of my little, it's a 7200 1 gigabyte hard drive, and the fucking splatter or the disk or whatever, it wouldn't spin, it would lock up. And I just dosed it with WD-40 and it fucking worked.
Dude, you know what I used to do with those? You take both the top and bottom covers off, you get it all exposed. You know, if there's a circuit board on the bottom of them, like a lot of them had back in the day, you know, you just leave that on there, but you take the top cover off, and you bathe that son of a bitch in 99% rubbing alcohol. No fucking joke, just let it sit in like a tub of rubbing alcohol for a little bit. Fucking pull it out, drain it out, you know, dry it out, let it dry out, but don't touch anything inside there. Just let it all dry out. Then put the cover back on it. Try to make, and you got to do this really in dust-free environment as possible because you don't really want to get any dust in there. But you plug that sucker in after it's good and dried out, and it'll work. I repeat, do not put it back together with it not totally dried out because they're sealed up. They're meant to keep the dust out, those cases on them, you know. So do not seal it back up until it's dried out because you can turn it into a small bomb. I mean, alcohol in a compressed space. It'll go boom.
Yeah, it's inside of your Levi's. It's a compressed space.
Doesn't have room for it all to expand, blows up. But I mean, obviously, you'll either have to have a boom or a fire. Neither are bad.
I can't believe you're listening to all that owl stuff out there. AJ of 45 kilo with the weight yet.
People think I'm crazy, but I've done it so many times, it's not even fucking funny. It works. But I wouldn't tell you something different if it didn't work.
I'm just trying to figure out will it work.
It works. And, I mean, if it's a fucked up drive, what do you got to lose if you want to try to salvage it, you know, right? And if it's just eased up or something, that usually means somehow something got in there and got, you know, it got dirty.
No, I was just trying to figure out if you're talking on this band, nobody cares. There's no outcome that you want, right? You just want to have an outcome and go, hello, Tia. Nobody cares.
Dude, I want Zelensky, when he's done being Ukraine's president, he should come run over here. I mean, I think we can waive the not a naturalized citizen thing. Because that guy's, I mean, that dude talks about leader of the free world. Fuck you, Russia. We're Ukraine. And that's that, like, embodied in that guy somehow.
If we were going to do that, we would have done it with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we're not going to do that.
I don't have a lot of respect for presidents. respect for the office. I don't have a lot of respect for a lot of the presidents I've seen in the world. But that guy I do.
Yes, I still want to be able to go to a pawn shop and buy a javelin missile.
How about that? 45.
Good evening to you there, Saber28, waving a hand to you.
On YouTube, ran for president and won, and then that became real.
It'd be cool if he was like that Breaking Bad TV series.
Yeah, he cooked up dope in the trailer.
Literally a television comedy president before he became an actual president. Turns out he's a pretty good fucking actual president.
But still, you know, he was like that Breaking Bad TV show.
It was he somewhere before the TV show. I don't know about that.
Dude, I think we should vote Rogan for president.
I don't think we need a president. I think you need to vote all presidents out.
I don't know, man. Maybe we just need a comedian. You know, Rogan would be a good one. I don't know. Joe Rogan, by that. I don't know. I kind of like the guy's podcast. He's funny. You know, he thinks he's stupid, but he's not. You know, one of those guys. So I think that kind of fits.
I don't know. Why do we need a ruler? Is that an unwritten rule that I don't know about? We need a ruler?
It's actually a written rule. It's a written rule we can change. We're allowed to change the Constitution. Like, that's also in the Constitution. But, no, it's part of the Constitution. So it's actually a written rule.
Oh, you're still believing in the Constitution after they got 4 more Democrats in the Supreme Court, and then they don't even acknowledge the Constitution, but we still follow the Constitution?
I still believe in the Constitution because it's
Loosely.
Yeah, you're right. They don't seem to really pay attention to it anymore.
So I pay attention to the Second Amendment, right? If you don't follow our Constitution, then I can shoot you.
Well, I pay attention to the whole Constitution because I you know, the first one's pretty important. I'm using it right now. Second one is to protect the first one. And then the fourth and the fifth ones are pretty good ones, but people don't usually take advantage of them. You know, that's the right to unlawful search and seizure, you know, the right to demand a warrant before submitting anything to them. And then the fifth one is the right to keep your mouth shut.
Right, but you can't use the third and the fourth and the fifth. You can't use those unless the first and the second work.
Exactly. The first one was the original freedom, the freedom to speak against the government, mostly. That was the biggest thing. Because with England, you can't talk negatively about the king's public. That's not what you did. But in America, you had the freedom to speak out when the government...
America.
Speak your thoughts. And, you know, you had that freedom. You also had the freedom to just express yourself. So, that's the first one. But the second one was if the first one didn't work out too well. If words didn't work with the government, that's what the second one was for.
Alright, so if I said that the second one, that's the one I'm gonna live by and die by, is I can just keep stuff here, right? But I watch the TV and I was, they made the second one go away, right? So they said police can have 30-round magazines, but the people cannot have 30-round magazines. So when the government gets to have more than you got, that is against the Second Amendment right there.
Also technically against the Washington State Constitution, which, believe it or not, the Sheriff's Association and whatnot of Washington and most of the police departments recognize and have spoken out against some of the restrictions on that in Washington State, because like, hey, wait, you're forgetting the fact that we can have these, and the state's constitution says if we can have these, then they can have them.
Yeah, I saw that on TV where the sheriffs were in there too. They were like, I ain't enforcing that.
No, because they know that it's illegal for them to have something in Washington State that a civilian can't have. That's why silencers are legal here. You have to pay for the federal tax stamp because the federal government regulates them. But, you know, the state allows you to have them because the cops wanted them. So they got that passed so that the cops could have them.
Go there, AJ. Come on, I heard you there.
You did have a bit of a hum going on, though. I wonder if you had the batteries going down in the mic.
That Tesla coil going on.
You got it plugged into the wall wart now?
Yeah, I can't.
You need a transformer.
He's got a USB China charger probably plugged into it, charging his wireless microphone. That's what the hum is.
I got that UK plug, you know, the little two probes that stick out.
Oh, right, with the little adapter for it.
Roger that.
You out there? Hammerhead, you out there? Still waiting or you back up?
took a war daddy out here on this road. Oh yeah, wave. Now, George Bush was, well, if he was, I can't really say nothing too bad about George Bush. Not a lot. Say a lot about his father. His father was a goddamn hero. Land, you guys are all snoozing. Every single one of you. You're all out for the count tonight. Oh, seems like it. God damn. Big strapper? Is he a big strapper? That's what I want to know. Everybody else is asleep.